then, and then sa araw po ng Kapaskuhan. Pangako po yan ni Secretary Remulla, dinig ko po, katabi niya po ako sa Blue Call, kaya talagang lamayan po katakot-takot po. At si General Bantag, akala ko po super tapang at talagang ano lang, mananakot, pero may awa rin po pala siya. Sabi rin ni Secretary Remulla, ito po ay act of grace. Act of grace po. Kaya anong birthday po ni Pangulong Bongbong, punta po kami, medyo nausyano rin ako dahil may 318 pong hindi pa napipirmahan nasa opisina po ng Executive Secretary. Sana po tulungan niyo rin po kami makalampag sa ES para po makarating sa lamesa ng ating Pangulo.
Chairman, meron lang pong isang tanong pa.
Please go ahead.
Para po sa aking kailan, kay General Bantag, kailan. Ito pong nakaraang araw, naging headline ang atin pong mga bilanggo na ang sabi daw po ng COA ay hindi daw po nakasunod ang caterer natin sa loob na hindi pagsunod sa itinakdang menu. Pangalawa, hindi po angkop na rasyon sa mga PDLs base sa relihiyon. Meron daw pong mga kapatid na Muslim at Seventh-day Adventist ang nabigyan ng buboy. Napakain daw po ng buboy. At pangatlo, yun daw pong mga manggagawa ay wala daw pong health certificate. Ano po kailan ang nangyari dito?
Pakiwan lang, sir.
With due respect po sa ating chairman, Senator Angara, and all the senators here, at sa amin pong Secretary of Justice. Ang nangyari po, Senator Kailan, sir, nagkandak po kami ng investigation dahil nung may lumapit po sa aming CNN, natanong po sa amin yan, na bagay na talagang sabi ko, hindi ko alam yan, pero magpa-imbestiga tayo. Ngayon, sir, ang nangyari, pinuntahan nila yung mga sinasabi nilang nagre-reklamo. Yung mga kapatid na Muslim, yung mga Seventh-day Adventist, lahat silang nagsasabing hindi naman totoo, sir. Kasi sila mismo ang involved doon para kumuha ng pagkain nila, sir. So, ang sabi ko nga, may mga classmate kaming Muslim din, mismong kutsara kapag nailagay sa isang may pagkaing baboy, ibig kong sabihin, baboy na karni, sir, hindi mo na pwedeng gamitin pa. Ganun kaselan, sir. So, alam namin yon. At ang investigation, sir, talagang pinasinungalingan yan. Yun, sir, ang findings doon.
Ibig pong sabihin, Chairman, hindi po ito totoo.
Hindi po totoo.
Wala pong nangyaring ganyan. Kasi, nakukonsensya po ako kay Ilian kasi
Yes,
nung nagpasimuno ng caterer dyan sa Bilibid. Ang nangyari po dyan kasi, nung ako po yung napiit, ito po ang malungkot dyan kapag dumating ang rasyon ng pagkain dati, hilaw May manok, may baka, gulay. Sino yung siga? Siyang meron. Opo, tapos aasuhin na lang nung, ibig sabihin nung aasuhin, halimbawa, yung buto nung pinaglutuan niya, pagkatapos niyang akainin yun, ipapasa dun sa kabila. Sa kawawang tao, siya naman, iluluto niya uli yun, aasuhin naman niya. Ganun. Kaya ang ginawa namin, nagreklamo po kami kay General Binaraw. Ang ginawa niya, ginawang parang American style. Naging social kami ng konti, naging catering na para pantay-pantay na po. Pero yung sa mga Muslim po at sa Seventh-day Adventist, nanatili po silang raw, nanatiling hilaw. Ganun pa rin po ba hanggang ngayon?
Ganun po, Chairman at Senator po. Ganun po kasi sila po ang kumukuha at sila po ang nagluluto ng kanilang pagkain.
Ayun.
Kahit po, kasi galing naman po kayo, pwede kayo magbisita uli sa amin po. Pero hindi sa...
Opo. Nagpapasala. Bisita na lang po, ha?
Yes, sir. Punta po kayo anytime, sir.
Marami tayong kakosa doon, ha? Ayoko na doon. Meron ba po ako isang tanong pa, Chairman? Alam po. Opo, para po
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
sa atin pong dating kasama sa OSG po. Sir, tanong ko lang po, noong tayo po ay nagkaroon ng pag-uusap sa online, napag-usapan po yung Saba issue. Opo, patungkol po ito doon sa nanalo po yung ating Sultanate of Sulu at tayo po yung makakasingil ng $14.9 billion. Ang sabi niyo po noon, nakikipag-usap na po kayo sa Sultanate. Meron na po bang balita?
Magandang umaga po, Senator Robin. Actually, wala naman pong kahit sinong partido na lumalapit sa office ng Solicitor General para idulog ang anumang concern nila tungkol dyan sa arbitral award na yan, na apparently on the surface ay parang private parties ang involved as far as the Philippine side is concerned. Ganun pa man, Senator, ay nagkusa ang Office ng Solicitor General na pag-aralan ng masusi kung ang award na ito yung French Arbitral Award, which is now under appeal, if I'm not mistaken, ay mayroong implikasyon sa ating long-standing Philippine claim sa Sabah. Kaya ako po ay nagbuo ng isang malaking team sa loob ng Office ng Solicitor General para pag-aralan muli ang historical basis ng Philippine claim sa Sabah at isang grupo rin na mag-aaral naman ng pinagmulan at kasalukuyang estado ng arbitration na nag-involve sa Sultanate of Sulu. At ang aming intention ay ipag-connect eventually yung French Arbitral Award ay meron pong implication, if at all, doon sa ating sovereign claim sa Sabah. Sa ngayon po ay patuloy, Senator, ang masusing pag-aaral na ginagawa ng OSG. Ito po ay isang bagay na napaka-komplikado, napaka-sensitibo, kaya po kami nag-iingat at lahat ng materials na po pwede naming makalap ay aming kinakalap para po makapag-offer sa ating gobyerno, sa ating executive department, sa ating kongreso ng mga nararapat na rekomendasyon kung ano po ang dapat nating gawin tungkol dito sa bagay na ito. But going back to your question, Senator, wala pong kahit sinong private party na lumalapit at least sa Office ng Solicitor General para hilingin ang aming tulong o ang tulong ng Philippine government o makialam dito sa arbitration na kasalukuyang pending appeal sa isang arbitration tribunal.
Opo, sir, malinaw naman po na magkahiwalay yung sovereignty, no? Saka doon po sa partnership na rights na hinahabol ng Sultanate of Sulu. Opo, kasi kung sovereignty po tayo, medyo malabo talaga po yun. Medyo relationship natin sa Malaysia ang pinag-uusapan dyan, ano? Pero sana lang po, ako na po siguro ang kakausap sa Sultanate of Sulu para makipag-usap po sa inyo dahil sayang po ito, sir. Napakalaking bagay po ito, malaking maitutulong nito sa ating ekonomiya kung ito po ay tayo po sa tax lang po niyan, isipin nyo mga palagi pa ganyan, 35% yan no? 35% po yan Aba, malaking-laking ano po yan, sir. Hihingi ko po ng tulong po sa inyo yan.
Nasa inyo pong initiative, Senator, kung gusto niyo pong makipag-ugnayan sa heirs of the Sultanate of Sulu. Kami naman po sa Office ng Solicitor General bilang counsel ng Republic ay nakahandang makipag-usap para masusi po nating makita kung yan ay isang totally private matter or mayroong connection sa soberanya ng Pilipinas. Kasi po ay may mga reports din na ang Sultanate of Sulu ay nag-cede or nag-transfer ng sovereignty kung meron man siya na sovereignty before sa Philippine Republic. So, yun ay isang angulo na tinitingnan.
Malinaw naman po yun, sir, na talagang sa panahon pa po ni Makapagal, hindi po ni Ma'am Gloria, doon po sa tatay, ay nag-transfer na po sila ng sovereignty sa Pilipinas. Yun lang po talaga yung sa business side. At pati po sa ruling po ng French arbitral, malinaw po yun na hindi siya sovereignty issue. Usapan na lang po natin, basta ang maliwanag po ngayon ay open po kayo. Opo, isa na lang pong tanong, Chairman. Kasi meron po akong issue sa NBI.
Actually, you have 3 minutes pa. So,
Opo.
gusto niyong ubusin ho yun, sir.
6 years ago na po ito. Nakakalungkot po ito nung minsan meron akong inireklamo sa NBI na isang nag-threat sa anak ko. Nagpunta po ako sa NBI, nagreklamo ako doon sa inyong ano ba? Cybercrime. Ang nakalulungkot po, hindi na po ako binalikan ng NBI.
Good morning, sir. Hindi ko po alam yung kaso sa ngayon, pero
Siyempre ko, 6 years ago.
titingnan ko po pagbalik ko sa opisina, kukunin ko po ang details sa staff ninyo or kung maibigay po ninyo sa amin para ma-follow up ko po doon sa aming cybercrime office.
Yun po ang mahirap eh. Yun po ang malungkot, sir. Paano po kung ang isang katulad ko, ako pa po ang magpa-follow up? Hindi ba po dapat ang ating mga law enforcement, sila po ang nagsasabi sa amin kung ano ang nangyayari sa kaso? Tanda na po ako, yung anak ko, nagtatatakbo na ngayon.
Opo sir, humingi ng paumanhin ang NBI at kaagad-agad po naming babalikan yung kaso na inihain nyo sa amin 6 years ago. Papahanap ko po.
Maraming salamat po, sir. Ano ko lang po sana, hindi ko naman po sa sariling motibo ito. Kumbaga, nire-represent ko din po yung taong bayan. Ano? Kasi kung ako po ay nalungkot ng 6 na taon, paano pa po yung ibang tao? Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, Sir Lemos.
Paumanhin po uli sir at actionan po namin kagad pagbalik ko sa opisina.
Salamat po, Chairman. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Senator Robin Hood. Is the chair of our Committee on Constitutional Amendments. So, baka may gusto kayong palitan sa Constitution, sabihin niyo po. Kay Senator Robin.
Nakuha ko na po yung nakuha ko na po yung commitment ng ating mahal na kalihim. Sinusuportahan po niya, mahal na tagapangulo, yung ating regionalization ng bilangguan para yung mga kakosa po natin, makasama na nila yung mga pamilya nila sa mga kanilang mga lugar. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Thank you. Salamat, Senator Robin. Ito po yung order, no? So, si Vice Chair Sherwin, Senator Sherwin, Minority Leader Coco, Vice Chair Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and then Senate President Pro Tem Legarda. Vice Chair Senator Sherwin, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ako naman po, maganda naman po yung naging karanasan ko sa NBI. And personally, I want to thank NBI for arresting the suspect who stole 1 million pesos from my credit card in year 2021. I reported that immediately after, and then after I think 3 or 4 months, the suspect was arrested. No? And that also gave rise to a lot of reforms in fighting cybercrime, to include the SIM card registration. No? So I'd like to thank NBI for that immediate response to my complaint. However, I was looking at the budget of NBI, no? And looking at the presentation earlier, the budget of NBI was cut by 20%. Tama po ba, sir? No? Dito po sa presentation na nakita ko.
Yes sir, as explained to me by our budget officer, that would include the 356 million congressional initiative But if it would be compared NEP versus NEP, the difference would only be -6. The 300,
If you compare it from the 2022 GAA
yes, sir.
to the 2023 NEP, the decrease is about 469 million pesos.
Yes, sir, that would include the 356 million congressional initiative the previous year.
Okay. My question, sir,
Yes,
is will this affect the operations of NBI? Of course, there's a lot of room for improvement. No, my experience was positive. Of course, the experience of Senator Robin was contrary to that. But the cut by 20% or 469 million, will that affect the operations of NBI?
Yes, sir. That's why we are knocking at the doors again of the senators and the congressmen to support the budget of the NBI.
In what way will it be affected, sir?
Sir, those would include the procurement of some of our equipment for enforcement operations. And at the moment, we are still in the process of bidding out the equipment. So much so that on record, we have not yet expended the 356 million.
Okay. That can you elaborate, sir, what the equipment will be used for and how it will be affected? Because I want to put that on record, no? And later on, when we put all the budgets together, we'll knock on the kind graces of our chairman and to see we can augment your budget, no? Because like I said, it's a very important agency, and in my case, cybercrime is a crime that is flourishing in many jurisdictions, including our country, and we would like to see that NBI is equipped and updated, especially fighting this type of cyber crimes. So I just want to put on record if the cut will negatively affect the operations of NBI, particularly cybercrime. No? And I keep on repeating this because it's a crime that I see flourishing in our country. No? We get a lot of spam, we get a lot of phishing emails, and I get a lot, to be honest, ang dami kong messages from Facebook. In fact, the people who were victimized by phishing has organized themselves and sent emails to us, no, to look at this. So I just want to make sure that NBI is equipped. Not only NBI, but PNP as well. No? But in this particular case, NBI is equipped with the necessary tools to fight cybercrime.
Yes, sir. We'll be submitting the specifics of our procurement. But what I have here with me now is that we have some procurement for digital forensic equipment, integrated identification, ballistic identification system, firearms and ammunition, intelligence information system project, and night vision goggles. These are some of the projects which are covered by the 356 million congressional insertion. And from the enumeration of this equipment, if we cannot have this, then it would greatly affect the operation of the agency. Sir.
Sir, please submit to us that breakdown and a justification on reinstating that over 400 plus million in terms of equipment and tools, and we'll try our best to reinstate that cut that was made from at least naman lang from the 2022 JA. I know your request is quite staggering. No? It's about 7 billion pesos. I think that is close to impossible to allocate. But at least naman po, mapantay natin sa 2022 JA or a little bit more.
Thank you, sir. We'll submit the list.
Yeah. Another question will be for the Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. Secretary, may I direct the question to whom?
Yusek Vasquez, or no, Yusek Nikiti is here. Is online, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek. Nikki.
I saw him online, Yusek Nikki.
Yeah, Nikki T.
Yes.
Again, the country has made a lot of progress fighting human trafficking. And in the latest report, we maintained our Tier 1 category in terms of fighting human trafficking. That's a great leap from the 2016 Tier 2 category. And I'd like to sustain that. In fact, when I was a mayor locally, we were trying to do our part in terms of fighting human trafficking. We also created our own small task force, educated our teenagers on the modus operandi of human trafficking. So human trafficking is a clear and present danger in our country, and it's still happening right now, whether through the legitimate gates or through the back door, but it's happening. However, I also saw in the budget that almost 34% was cut. No, this is the anti-trafficking in persons enforcement. No, from the 2022 GAA of 90 million to the 2023 net of 59 million. And I just want to also juxtapose that to the new expanded anti-human trafficking law that was approved June of 2022. No? So, Yusek, my question is, with this cut, will it affect our standing in terms of human trafficking? And again, how will the cut affect the operations in terms of fighting human trafficking in our country?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Senator, for your question. We acknowledge that the 2023 NEP proposes a significant cut in the budget of the Interagency Council Against Trafficking, and we also acknowledge that this cut has the potential to affect the operations of IACAT as well as the DOJ in combating human trafficking. It's good, sir, that you pointed out the recent legislation that was passed, the expanded anti-trafficking law. But on top of that, there's another related piece of legislation that became law that was passed, the Anti-OSAIC and CSAM law. And these two pieces of legislation puts DOJ and IACAT in a better position to combat human trafficking, OSAIC, and other related crimes. And we will need an increased budget for that, definitely. Among other things, there's a new group, a new subdivision of IACAT that was created by the Anti-OSAM law, which we will need funding for to hire the personnel for this. On top of that, we have added need for training, because under the NEP, I understand that our training budget was completely slashed. So we hope that the training budget can be restored to what it was before. And aside from training, another item that was completely slashed was our confidential funds from 2022. We hope that this can be restored as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Yusek, I'm with you in fighting human trafficking in our country. And like I said, during my time as a local chief executive, in our own little way, we created programs and a little task force to help DOJ and to combat.
With your indulgence, Vice Chair Sherwin, we'd like to acknowledge also another Vice Chair, Senator J.V. Ejercito, the chair of our committees on labor and on housing and local government. Yeah. Morning, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Yusek, just will this affect our standing? Will this cut, in your opinion, affect our standing in terms of maintaining the Tier 1 category moving forward?
It could affect our standing, Mr. Senator, because it will put us in a worse position to do our job.
Yusek, submit to us again justification, because it's actually not so much to increase it about little bit about 40 million. Again, just to bring it back to 2022 GAA level. If we can increase it a little bit more, then so much the better. But please submit to us justification on why we should increase it at 2022 level. And if you think that we should increase it some more, please send to us justification, also the breakdown for that increase. Yeah. Freeze si Yusek.
I think nag-freeze si Yusek. But I'd just like to place on the record, with your permission, Vice Chair Sherwin, Your Honors, we were discussing the NBI budget. This committee actually increased the NBI budget by 300 million. And it also increased the IACAT budget for this year, by 25 million. Because then Secretary Guevara placed it among his priorities. So it's clear that this committee really respects the work of the DOJ and will continue to do so, as long as I think these gentlemen are here, Your Honors.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, my last question is to the NBI. And I've heard Senator Bato talk about this sorry, not NBI, but BI, Bureau of Immigration. No, where is that? There. And this is in relation to POGO. No? And we've talked about this extensively in the hearings and also through executive sessions. And we'll be conducting another hearing this Thursday, focusing on the revenue collection of government through POGO. My question to the Bureau of Immigration, is there some form of collaboration between PAGCOR and also the Bureau of Immigration on the number of POGO workers coming in? No? And the reason why I asked that is I was looking at the numbers, but I'll disclose that on Thursday. We should be collecting 25% withholding tax from the POGO workers, but the numbers are not significant. No? And I am just, I want to ask, no, whether the people coming in are synchronized or are in a way related to the PAGCOR's issuance of permits to those workers. Because if you look at the data, the PAGCOR permits more or less is equivalent to the taxes being collected. No? But if you look at the BI data, it's not the same. No? So I just want to know, is there any collaboration between PAGCOR and also with BI in terms of the POGO workers coming in? And at the same time, collaboration between BIR and the BI in terms of POGO workers coming in, because in the law that we approve, kokolekta ho tayo ng 25% withholding tax. Because in the past, the POGO workers were not paying a single centavo. No? So now we raised it, but we're not, in effect, collecting it because we don't know who are working in POGO or who are working in other businesses. No?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. With the permission of the Secretary Rimulya. Now, the Bureau of Immigration requires that the applicants for working visa for the workers should have a tax identification number to ensure that the BIR has a record of these employees by the POGO. And we have collaboration or coordination with PAGCOR since these POGO workers are endorsed by the prospective employers to immigration in applying the working visa. And BI only issues visa which has a valid license from PAGCOR. But lately, we have been confronted with the issues of several workers which have already expired visas or they have already transferred to another employers or POGO companies. And in collaboration also with the PNP, the NBI, and under the leadership of Secretary Remulla, we're trying to address the situation, Your Honors.
Have you detected any Chinese person or people who are from China, but they work in Pogo, but they don't have the necessary license? Have you detected those type of activities in our country?
Yes, Your Honor, and in fact, we have arrested several of them, and we are already processing their summary deportation orders.
And how did you find out that they are here working in Pogo without the necessary license?
Of course, we coordinate with the officers of the PAGCOR, Your Honors, and we conduct surveillance operations on certain buildings, and we also receive reports from concerned citizens from the embassies. So we conduct surveillance operations, and if there is a positive result, we conduct a verification on the company, and once we determine that there is a immigration violation, we outright conduct the apprehension.
How do they come in? What type of visa do they hold when they come in?
As of now, Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, we have suspended already the visa upon arrival program. So basically, there are no more Chinese nationals coming in for purposes of the POGO operations. And recently, the Honorable Secretary of Justice ordered the BI to suspend issuance of visas to applications of employees of POGOs that are not confirmed to have license issued by PAGCOR, Your Honor.
Okay. So in short, wala na hong visa on arrival.
No more, Your Honor.
Okay. And then in short, you will not allow those who are not employees, certified employees by legitimate POGO operators. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Paano ho pag let's say turista or nagpapanggap na turista?
They come in, Your Honor, under the Section 9A visa or the tourist visa issued by the consulates, Your Honor.
So they will enter through the consulate. They will get their visas through the consulates.
Yes, Your
The
Honor.
embassies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, dun sila papasok.
Yep.
All right. Sir, can you submit to us, please submit to us, because we have a hearing on Thursday, the number of people that you have apprehended who have been working in POGOs without the necessary papers for the last 5 years?
We'll do that, Your Honor.
And we'll send you also a list of documents that we will require to complete our analysis on the taxation angle. Senator Bato focused on the peace and order angle, and he established that very well during the hearing. But we want to complete the picture by focusing on the revenue side naman. So we will need data to that effect. And we'll send you an official communication on the number of items that we will need.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Before I recognize Vice Chair, but I'd also like to pursue that line of question. I just have two questions, your permission, Your Honors. Because it's related, no? Nabanggit nyo, Commissioner, na nag-deport kayo ng individuals in the POGO business. Tama ba? Na hindi sumunod sa inyong patakaran. Is that true? Can you tell us how many you have deported?
As of now, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I don't have the exact number.
Pero in your estimate, 10, 50, 100?
Considering, Your Honor, the restrictions by the Chinese government on the entry of persons to China, we have encountered problems on the deportation of I believe, Your Honor, that notwithstanding the pace of our issuance of summary deportation orders, we have difficulty in, number one, the limited flights going
Hindi,
into...
yung tanong ko hindi naman whether you had difficulty or not. Ang tanong ko ilan yung na-deport ninyo. So, simple liwanag. Siguro pagkatapos na ng figure, di ba? Bigyan nyo lang yung figure, tapos magpaliwanag kayo. Ilan yun, bakit ganun yung figure, di ba?
Your Honor, I don't have the number, Your Honor.
You have no idea of the range? Oh, ballpark figure? Less than 100, more than 100, more than 200?
More or less 100, Your Honor.
Ganun. Sige. Hiling na lang namin ho sa inyo, please, Commissioner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tapos yung, sabi niyo wala ng visa sa pan-arrival. Pero yung na-issuehan ng visa upon arrival dati, ano yun? Pag you revoke that or that's valid until it's revoked? It's valid until, kasi that's not your policy anymore. Pero nung in-issue nyo, yun yung policy ninyo. So ano yun? Valid until revoked? Ano bang status doon? Kailangan bumalik sa inyo yung mga na-issuehan nung visa upon arrival.
Under the Department Circular, Your Honors, issued by the Department of Justice, a visa upon arrival is valid only for 30 days.
I see.
It's not
Okay.
extendable, it's not convertible. Supposed to be the foreign national issued a visa upon arrival should leave the country.
Non-extendable yun.
Supposed to be, Your Honor.
Opo. Parang mabay. Ating palumanag dyan sa supposed to be. Sige, Vice Sir, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just continuation doon sa questioning mo, Mr. Chairman. Yung sabi mo, Commissioner, na pagdating nila, yung visa upon arrival, 30 days lang yun, di ba?
Initial stay around 30 days.
Yan. Halimbawa, pag-lapse yung 30 days, what's your next move?
They are already considered as overstaying, Your Honor. But under Department Circular number 001, before under DC number 41, they were allowed to extend for more than 6 months. Not more than 6 months. But upon amendment on January 8, 2020, under DC number 001, they were no longer allowed an extension except for force majeure and medical emergency.
So, granting after 30 days, yeah, extend yun na another 6 months. After 6 months, wala na. So, anong next move mo after 6 months?
They are already considered as overstaying, Your Honor, then we have to arrest, deport if they are already considered as having violated the Philippine immigration laws, Your Honor.
Ano mo sila hanapin?
First, we check on the arrival card, their address, then
Diretso lang kita. I'm sure ginagawa niyo ito na, uy, per records, ito si Hong Chong Kui ay sobrang 6 months na. Hanapin niyo kasi overstaying ito dito. Are you doing that? Or pinabayaan lang ninyo? Just in case lang, by chance, gumawa ito ng krimen, saka lang niyo malaman na overstaying na pala ito. So we have to deport him. Aside from the crime that he has committed, overstaying earlier dito, hindi na covered with legal papers, so deport. Yun lang, after 6 months, do you have, are you exerting efforts to locate these people kung nasaan na ito sila ngayon? Most probably, these people with expired visas or nagtatago dito sa Pilipinas, these are the people who are committing crimes. At ito'y pilit na or either committing crimes or victims of the crimes, yung hinold nila ng matagal, yung ibang pug operators na yung ginawa lang slave na doon na pinapatrabaho na walang labas-labas, kinukulong na, hindi nyo hinahanap itong mga tao na ito kung nasaan na ito sila after 6 months, gano'n.
of course, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, the Bureau of Immigration exert efforts, best efforts to locate these overstaying foreigners. In fact, it is the program of the Secretary to locate these overstaying foreign nationals in the country. Not only Chinese nationals, Your Honor.
Yeah, I hope na ginagawa niyo ito, mag-follow up para mahanap itong mga tao na ito. Then account them to due for deportation, dapat i-deport natin or kasi wala na silang papilis, di ba? Kasi most likely, ako, ramdam ko lang bilang police. Pag ramdam ko itong mga tao na ito, yung na-involve sa krimen either as offenders or as victims. Ito yung hindi na nalulakit ng mga tao na ito. So I'm just hoping na ginagawa nyo yan. And Mr. Chairman, stated my time, pero pwede ko na palapin. Nandito yung immigration.
Actually,
Sige,
I'm
mamaya na.
checking if Minority Leader, kasi ang sunod si Minority Leader Coco.
Sige.
Ikaw ang sunod sa kanya.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Si online?
I'll give
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Secretary, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We received the list of illegal pogos. These pogos were previously licensed, but they did not continue with their licenses, and they stopped paying their dues to PAGCOR. And this totals 216 companies, Your Honor. And with 200 persons per company, that would amount to close to 40,000 people who may be staying in the country illegally because of they're working for a POGO that is not anymore licensed. But the problem, Mr. Chairman, right now that we are facing is the protocol of China in admitting deportations because they have specific requirements of the testing procedures. I think they did that 3 tests before they are admitted to the People's Republic of China. So this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, I'll be speaking to the ambassador of China to make sure that our protocol for deportation is followed properly so that we may be able to start deporting these people. And we cannot immediately stop the operation of all these pogos, Mr. Chairman, because it may cause humanitarian crisis. This already happened, Mr. Chairman, prior to the pandemic, that Quezon City Police arrested 342 workers who had to be housed and fed by the Quezon City Police for more than 1 year, Mr. Chairman. And they had to improvise and come up with the funding that would be necessary to deport them. So this is the reason why I have to meet the Chinese ambassador this afternoon. I will be meeting with him to make sure that the procedures for deportation will be smooth and that we can start our job. I can start our job of cleaning up these pogos that are illegal. And probably we will seek the guidance of the Senate in other matters related to this crisis, Your Honor.
Thank you. We appreciate the update, Secretary. And yes, Vice Chair.
Just one
Secretary.
follow-up question, Mr. Chair, just to pursue the questioning
Yes.
of Senator Bato. Commissioner, in your estimate, kasi meron kayong record na pumapasok, tama po ba?
Yes, Your
May
Honor.
record kayong lumalabas, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doon sa declaration nila, the length of stay, correct?
On the admission, Your Honor, made by the immigration officer at the airport.
Yeah, at may admission and then you have records also. All of these are computerized.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan po in your estimate ang overstaying? Sa Pogo lang, Pogo lang. We're just focusing on Pogo.
As of,
Pogo related, Pogo
yes, Your Honor.
related.
We have an estimated number of, as mentioned by the Secretary, about 40,000, Your Honor.
Mga 40,000.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, thank you.
I'll also follow up on that. Ilan ba yung na-issue yung visa upon arrival na Repogo related, Commissioner?
I'll check the records, Your Honor.
Sige po. And itingnan nyo na rin ilan yung in-extend din nyo nung visa upon arrival. Yung once, sabi nyo, after 30 days, you're giving them 60 days ba or 6 months? So whether it's any form of extension, ilan yung nabigyan nun?
Your Honor, please. We're getting the exact number on the...
Mahirap ba hanapin yung datos, Commissioner?
Your Honor, I still have to get the data on the legal pogos in the country right
Opo.
now. So then maybe we can add that figure also, multiply it by 200 at least, as a minimum.
Yung legal po.
Yes, Your
Opo.
Honor.
Kasi baka may overstaying din ho doon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo.
This is something that we will have to consult the Senate about.
Opo. I think we're just trying to come to grips with the problem. I guess we were fairly liberal in the past with the entry because akala natin beneficial sa atin. But now, of course, attitudes are changing and we want to tighten up on our public order and other aspects, no? So siguro yung datos very important, yung role ng BI dito. Yes, Vice Chair ba to? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, according to PAGCOR, there are only 35 licensed POGOs with PAGCOR as of September 1, 2022. So 35 times, ano sir, sabi mo? 200
Times 200.
200?
Sinabi ni Secretary.
200.
Yeah. That's 700.
More or less.
7,000 rather, sorry. 7,000.
7,000, Your
Yeah.
Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr.
Approximate.
Chairman, thank you.
Sandali lang, with your indulgence, we're just waiting for two numbers, Minority Leader. Is that all right?
Sige po.
Well, as 50,000, Your Honor.
Yun yung na-issuehan ng visa upon arrival, ho?
Yes, Your Honor.
In what period, ho?
And 2017 to 2018.
Just 1 year, ho?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then after that, wala na hong na-issue na visa upon arrival.
Naman, Your Honor.
And how many were extended from 2018 to the present, Your Honor?
Extension tayo. Extension. Extension. Ilan yung
Yeah, I just find it very curious that this data is not at your disposal, Commissioner. Yeah. Oh, well, bago siya, pero there should be a record. There should be a institutional memory, Your Honor.
uh, 4 days.
But your background, sir, Commissioner, is, Your Honor, is you previously in the BI?
Yes, Your Honor, but I resigned in 2017. So
Okay.
I was out for about 5 years. But
I see.
the estimate,
And
Your Honor,
previous to that, you were in the agency for how long, Commissioner?
9 years, Your Honor.
9 years, okay. Sige po, baka may sagot na po tayo.
Based on only an estimate, Your Honor, about the 50% of the
50% were extended.
yes, Your Honor.
What happened to the other 50%? Ho?
They left.
There is a record of their departure, ho? Yung kalahati ho nun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We'll now turn it over to the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, sir. You have your 10 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. To the Justice family led by the Justice Secretary. And of course, the former Justice Secretary is also with us. So, welcome. Ito po, I still remember the committee hearing last year. Medyo we were impressed with the figures presented by the DOJ last time. Itong mga increased case disposition, the reduction of the case backlogs, and I'm glad to see the trend continue. That the trend has continued. So, and itong napaka-importante yung prosecution success rate po, tumaas pa rin. But can I bring your attention to slide number 11? Pwede po ba yun, sir? We also have the Public Attorney's Office favorable disposition percentage of 83%. May I know how this was computed?
With the permission of the Honorable Chairman. Your Honor, we have our field offices and statistics service at the central office. We have statisticians collating all the monthly reports, the annual reports, based on acquittals, dismissal, motion to quash granted, demurrer to evidence granted, provisional dismissal, conviction to a lesser offense, probation granted, dismiss on compromise agreement, other favorable dispositions and preliminary investigations filed in court when we were the counsel for the victim, during preliminary investigation, dismissal when we were assisting the accused or respondent, pre-trial releases and other favorable dispositions such as granting of bails, recognizance, diversion of children in conflict with the law, suspended sentence, and then when the maximum imposable penalty was served and they are released. So whenever the judgment or the action of our due process judicial bodies and courts are favorable to the accused, we consider them as our winning, Your Honor. So based on our annual report, as of June 30 of this year, Your Honor, we have acquittals. Total number of persons deprived of liberty assisted, this only for half year to this year, Your Honor, assisted by pursuant to Republic Act 10951, released by virtue of filing petition for 145 accused benefited. And then we have petitions filed, 663. And then the total number of release has a total of 40,834. So the releases include not only from the Bureau of Corrections but also from the various jails in court handled by the BJMP, by the Office of the Provincial Governor, as well as from the police stations. We have released on recognizance after service of minimum sentence, 939, releases due to provisional dismissal of case, 4,658, released on account of preventive imprisonment, equal to maximum imposable penalty while case is still pending, 1,074 inmates benefited. Released due to completion of service of sentence, case is already terminated, 11,327. Releases for other legal reasons, 22,836, Your Honor. All of our public attorneys nationwide are working hard so that the increases in their salaries and allowances will be justified, Your Honor. They are all inspired because of the act of Congress in enacting the Public Act 9406 or the PAL law since 2007 and the previous application of SSL 5
Chief?
wherein the minimum
Yung volume lang ho natin eh. Ibaba natin ng konti, ma'am. Yung volume nung boses ho.
Okay na rin, Mr. Chairman. Madam, okay na po yun. Okay na
Dito medyo malakas ho sa...
Hindi, okay na po yung...
Malakas pa.
Medyo malakas.
Okay na po yung sagot. Okay na po. So, I can ask my, so,
medyo mahina ba dyan sa'yo? Sige po.
Hindi, okay na yung sagot.
Yun ang request ho ni Minority Leader.
The Attorney Acosta can already terminate her answer. Okay na po yun. We'll just...
Okay na daw yung sagot ninyo.
Sana kami, to how did we arrive at 83.05% for 2021 and the first semester of 2022.
Okay na daw. Sabi ni, kumbaga, yung sagot niyo 100 plus na daw. Sabi ni,
Thank you, sir.
go ahead, Minority Leader.
Tama si Chairman po na may plus 10% na po yan sa mata ko. Opo. Opo. Hindi, pagdating po, kaya wala na po akong matanong tuloy sa slide 11 except to commend the PCGG. If you look at slide 11, there is a recovery. Tama ba pagkaintindi ko? Of 588 million pesos recovered by the PCGG and this will be now be surrendered to the Bureau of Treasury. Tama po ba pagkaintindi ko rin?
The chairperson, Mr. Agbayani, to answer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, with the permission of the Secretary. Yes, Mr. Chairman, tama po yan. It's now with the Bureau of Treasury.
And then there's another slide where you have also a projection for next year. You will turn over again another amount?
410 million, Mr. Chairman.
That's a projection, sir, no? For next year?
That's our targeted major final output for next year. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So another 410. And, okay, so, and then what happened to your budget? Bumaba ba?
The net cut our budget Mr. Chairman, by 20 million, primarily due to underutilization last year. So that's why we have an outstanding request to restore our previous budget of 160 million, considering that we have returned to normal and we would need the essential services and requirements during normal times. That's only worth 12 million, Mr. Chairman, and plus a capital outlay of 9 million or more or less 20 million. That's our outstanding request to the good chairman of the Committee on Appropriation. However, Mr. Chairman, just to add up, actually we have met with the Secretary of Justice and informed him that our commitment for a 410 million target in 2023 will be increased to 600 million. That's our commitment, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, how can you increase the commitment by 190 million? Anong nakikita ninyo?
We have amended our target when we reviewed our commitment, considering that historically we were delivering at least 600 million for the last 5 years. So I said we should continue that level of 600 million because anyway, that is achievable.
Good. Sige, so we should consider the presentation amended, kung ganon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Sige, but you need that additional 20 million to be able to deliver that 600 million.
It can be done. We will be very appreciative of that, Mr. Chairman.
Sige, thank you. Thank you very much. Pagdating po, can I ask the Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution? We have the number of practitioners, ADR practitioners to be trained. The number of ADR practitioners trained, 1,200 last year out of your budget. So for the past years, ilan na po ba ang na-training natin? How many practitioners do we have as of the moment?
Yeah, we'll ask Attorney Algo to answer, ma'am.
Yes, with the permission of the Secretary, Mr. Chair, for the past years, as of today, Mr. Chair, we have a total of 167 ADR neutrals that were accredited. They were not only trained but already accredited by the OADR. For the individual practitioners, we have 35. And then for the public ADR program of government agencies, we have 2. That's the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines and the PAGCOR. And for private ADR organizations, we have 9. These are the accredited ADR practitioners apart from those that were trained by the OADR, Mr. Chair.
Oo nga. So because we need to train them and then through practice and additional knowledge, then you accredit them. So in short, how many ADR practitioners are already accredited by the office?
As of August 2022, Mr. Chair, 167 neutrals who belong to ADR provider organizations, ADR practitioners who had themselves accredited by themselves without the help of the ADR provider organizations, that's 35.
So, okay, so there are 2 categories pala. Okay, at least naintindihan na natin. But when you add up the 2 categories, around 200 lang po yun. Tama ba yan, ma'am?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. This is alternative dispute resolution. Ano bang mga the kinds of the alternative dispute resolutions that we are teaching and we are promoting?
Mr. Chair, we have currently the modules on mediation that is patterned from the training provided by the Singapore Mediation Center. And then we also have the module on commercial arbitration that is also patterned with the SIARB, Mr. Chair, and other international...
With your permission, Attorney Algo, I just want to recognize another committee vice chair, who's also the chair of the Senate Justice Committee, Senator Francis Tolentino. In fact, he was asking the Supreme Court yesterday about the topic you're mentioning precisely, because his view is that we should do more modules on arbitration, commercial, civil
Diyan
arbitration.
ako papunta, Mr. Chairman. Diyan ako papunta.
Okay, sorry. I was just informing the body. I did not mean to preempt you, Minority Leader. Go ahead, sir.
Sige, at least na-mention na po ng ating head, mediation, commercial arbitration. So meaning to say, tama ba yung ang aking naisip na it is through your office that we will be producing competent arbitrators or practitioners in ADR who can possibly sit in international organizations?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are the one conducting the trainings. Essentially, we are a training institution and an oversight agency of the Department of Justice that is in charge of monitoring the status of ADR in the Philippines, and we're also promoting and advocating ADR. And Mr. Chair, if I may add, we'll also be coming up with the module on negotiation that is programmed after the program on negotiation of the Harvard Law School.
And since andyan na rin si Senator Tolentino, I'm sure he will continue with this line of questioning. So last point na lang po ako, Mr. Chairman, pagdating po tayo sa ating penitentiary at saka sa karpeta, parang meron akong figure dito na around 49,000 po yung ating average. Tama po. Andiyan ba si General Bantag?
Nandito po si General Bantag, Minority Leader.
I think meron kayong figure na binigay, average number of inmates. So that's more or less, diyan po naglalaro yung number natin in our 7 to 8 penitentiaries. Tama po ba yun?
Tama yun, sir, Mr. Chair, sir.
How many
49,000.
49,000 plus, no? Yan ang ating figure,
Yes,
no?
yes, sir.
And they're being held in how many prisons?
7, sir.
In 7. Oh, tama, in 7. So, and then what is the obligation of Bucor as far as the food requirements of the 49,000? Do you feed them 3 or 5 times a day?
3 times a day only, sir.
3 times a day. And
Yes, sir.
Tinitignan ko kasi yung budget ninyo nung magkano ang ating budget for one meal?
Mr. Chair and Senator Coco Pimentel, hindi ko po alam talaga. Pero ang budget po na binibigay ng government sa isang PDL, 70 pesos per day. That
Per
times
day.
49,000, hindi ko po yung pakiano nga po.
Sige. When we compute your budget, siyempre kasama dun yung meals expense, and then we have the number of our prisoners, and then ginagamit natin 70 pesos per day.
Tama ba po yun, Mr. Chair and Senator Coco, sir? Ang nangyayari nga po pala, nagkakaroon pa ng bidding yan. Hindi po ako expert dyan sa bidding na yan. Gusto ko pong alamin pero wala po yata yung nakakaalam dito.
Sige lang sir, para lang just to guide me dun sa kasi yun ang malaking expense talaga yun eh. 70 pesos times 49,000 times 365 days, yun po yung ating annual budget for meals. Anyway, we can compute that, sir, with using a calculator. At mabuti naman po na raise na rin po natin yung matter of the POGOs, and then the secretary is going to talk to the ambassador of China. And China's policy kasi is I think they have requested us for a long time to prohibit the operation of POGOs here in our country, kasi ang victims kasi nito, ang players, taga doon sa mainland China rin eh. So ang tanong ko na lang siguro kay Secretary of Justice, since we are now actually publicly discussing the possibility of reversing our policy on POGO and making this unlawful or illegal here in the Philippines, so I'm sure marami na rin sigurong mag-close shop or anong tawag, magda-downsize, and then hindi ba pwede, sir, na hindi ba possibility rin na yung mga POGO workers ay on their own ay umuwi na po sila, that it's not that they don't have to be, we do not have to resort to deportation. Umuwi na po sila sa kanilang sariling gastos, kanilang sariling ano tawag ba, initiative. Ayaw nila.
Your Honor, that's possible, Your Honor. Self-deportation is an option. If we're able to close down the illegal POGOs, we just have to be able to monitor these people, Your Honor, because the policy of China now is for those who come home to go back to China coming from a POGO, their passports are immediately destroyed or cut, so they will not be able to travel anymore after that. And that they are also hounded by the government to pay a certain fine when they go home. So that's already one of the problems that we are facing now, Mr. Chairman, with regards to self-deportation, because many of them may not consider going home a very good option for themselves.
So yeah, now I understand. Ganun pala. Now I'm getting a clearer picture now. So maybe China has to do something not to make it parang not to disincentivize their people from going home voluntarily to their country. Yun siguro ang ipakiusap din natin sa People's Republic of China. Kasi ang mangyayari, kung tatakutin nila yung kanilang mga kababayan na nandito, ayaw na talaga umuwi, then sakit ng ulo natin yun. Dapat ayaw nila ng POGO, victimizing their own people, therefore, and we are stopping it, they should welcome back their own people who are here, who will no longer have employment. Magiging public charge na po yung mga yan sa atin. So, siguro, I don't know, tama ba, Mr. Secretary, na pakiusap natin yon as a country, as a one government approach, pakiusap natin sa China?
Yes, Your Honor. We will look at every humanitarian angle in the treatment of these people who will have to leave our country. Now, in the first phase, Your Honor, is the illegal POGOs. We will have to stop the operation. So these people will have no more jobs to go back to. So they really have to leave our country. But because if they are found to be documented or the documents have expired already, we will have to deport them really by application of law. But that is no matter that we're looking at, because we are not prepared for this logistically right now. We will have to compute all the necessary logistics necessary to be able to carry out a deportation plan, Mr. Chairman, if they will not self-deport.
Yes, yun na nga. Kaya nga, China can lessen the reasons for them not to want to go home. Yan lang ang gawin din natin yun, so that, kaysa naman sa atin na yung bola, I mean, hindi dapat hindi dapat kasi in the first place, lumabas din naman ng China yan sila legally from the point of view of China, so they should be allowed to return to their home country.
Yes, Your Honor. I will make it known to the ambassador this afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, alam ko marami kayong physically present dyan, so I yield back to you, but sa plenary na lang, sir, kung meron akong mga nalimutang points, just allow me to pursue some of the points. Thank you, sir.
Of course, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel. Before I turn it over back to Vice Chair Bato de la Rosa, there is a phone-in question from a member of the media. How many estimated Chinese nationals have expired visas? I guess this is a broader question kasi yung kanina, yung commissioner, yung tanong mga tungkol sa POGO no? Ito, how many Chinese nationals have expired visas?
Mr. Chairman.
Opo.
To be honest, Mr. Chairman, I don't have the number right now.
Ano na lang? Okay, when do you think you can give it to us? Oh?
Yeah, this afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay. Salamat po, Commissioner. Now we'll turn the floor over to Vice Chair Senator De La Rosa, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. concerns are not really on the budget because alam kong palaging kulang ang budget ng DOJ, lalong-lalo itong Bucor dahil nga ang tingin talaga ng DBM sa Bucor ay last priority. Compared to health, compared to education, yung Bucor last priority yan kaya alam ko kulang-kulang yung kanilang budget. But more on parochial issues, Mr. Chairman, on my committee as Committee on Public Order. Just to continue my questions kanina, Mr. Chairman. Yung sa Bucor lang, I'm happy that you restore back yung GCTA. Maraming salamat sir dahil marami talagang tao doon na unfairly deprived dahil sa yung pagputol ng Bucor ng panahon ng dating boss ko, si Secretary Guevara. Dahil nga sa yung issues about GCTA for sale. Sana wala na GCTA for sale ngayon. At gusto ko lang matanong kung ano ba tayo? Computerized na ba yung ating karpeta?
Mr. Chair, sir. Sir, computerized na po yung Bucor, 99% na po.
Yung karpeta?
Yes, sir.
Wala, okay na. So there's no avenue or approach for corruption yung karpeta for sale?
Wala na, sir, in our part, lalo na ngayon, sir, at dalawa na ang Secretary of Justice namin, sir. Dalawa na, sir, ang tumututok. Kaya okay na, sir.
Mabuti naman. That's good to know.
Mr. Chairman, we're finalizing the linking up of the information because if the Bucor has its own computerization, it's not integrated yet with the BJMP because the time of detention is not linked yet to the computer system of Bucor. So we're currently doing this so that we can link up together with the Probation Administration so that every month, the goal is every month, the information will pop up on who should be entitled to GCTA, should be entitled to parole and to probation, so we can do this automatically for the next few years after this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Maganda po yan. Dahil during
Can I
the
just
time...
clarify with your permission, Vice Chair? Sec, what you're saying is yung computerized sila, yung sa kabila hindi. So yung detention period hindi nabibilang kung na-serve na yung sentence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just to clarify. Thank you, Sec.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because during my time, pasok ng PDL doon, coming from BJMP, pag-deliver, yung escort mismo, kaya yung priso, may bit-bit na karpita. So, turnover doon sa RDC natin, di ba? Ito na lang po ang kulang ko, dahil nasa karpita ko na, nakaserve na ako doon ng ganito, ganon. So, maganda pala yun na computerized na ngayon at hindi na burden ng, di ba, meron pa silang hinahire na mga, ano yan, yung semi-legal, ano daw yan? Paralegal na doon para nagka-compute. Yung mga paralegal nito, mga masyadong maro ito. Pipirahan pa nila yung kapwa nilang priso doon sa loob para computing yan. Dahil wala talagang muro yung priso doon. Gusto mong computing kita, magbigay ka muna. Yung share mo, pagkain mo for 1 week, dito mo sa akin ibigay para computing ko yung, yung karpeta mo. So, maganda kung computerized talaga, corruption coming from Bucor officials, employees themselves, at saka corruption from within the PDLs themselves. Mawala na talaga pag meron ng computerization. So maraming salamat at ginawa na niyo yan. And, thank you. Ang akin lang, tayo ngayon, nag-release na kayo ng mga GCTA or whatever, yung role or whatever, nag-release ninyo. Ang tanong ko is, talaga bang escortan nyo ito pa-uwi? Kung saan sila uwi?
Unang-una, sir, Mr. Chair, with the permission of our Secretary, sir. Correction lang po yung pagkakaalam ninyo, yung kanina, pagkakaintindi nyo. Hindi po computerized ang Bucor na naka-interlink sa BJMP. Doon lang po sa Bucor yun.
Okay, wala problema. At least, malaki improvement na yan.
Yes,
wala akong problema doon.
Pagdating po ng BJMP PDL, i-encode pa po nila yung
Dalapan ng karpeta.
Yes, sir.
Hand-carried, ha? Hand-carried karpeta. Okay, wala problema. Basta importante, hindi tayo masingitan ng kalokohan. So, going back to my question, yung release ninyo ng mga PDL ngayon, whatever reasons, kung ito through GCT or what, sinumahan ba nyo ito? Kung natin nyo kung saan sila mag-kuhan?
Yes, sir. Kasi mayroon na tayong sir, na procure ng mga transportation at mayroon tayong external office, directorate, sir. Pumupunta sila sa DSW at sa LGU po kung saan nakatira po yung PDL needing assistance. Pero yung pang mga able-bodied at saka yung pong kaya namang umuwi pong mag-isa ay umuwi po.
Yung nga,
With your permissions, gentlemen, I just want to tell the body that you can have your lunch. If it's okay, Secretary, that we have a working lunch. Kasi after Senator De La Rosa, dalawa na lang ang nakaano. So I'm sure you'll appreciate na tapusin na natin, di ba, Sec? Kung dalawa na lang ang natitira. After Senator De La Rosa, it's Vice Chair De La Rosa, it's Senator Rafi and then Senator Tol. So please have your lunch and don't the interruption, Vice Chair.
no problem, Mr. Chairman. Yung kinatakutan ko kasi, no? Marami kayong nirelease dyan sa PDLs. Dadami na naman yung squatter dyan sa loob ng Bucor. Dahil yung iba dyan, hindi na uwi sa probinsya nila dahil mga pamilya nila, nandiyan na sa loob ng Bucor compound nakatira. Sabi mo, ihatid mo sa terminal, ihatid mo sa bus. Paghatid mo doon, iniwan mo yun doon, sasakay ng jeep yan, pabalik ng Bucor at doon nandun yung pamilya na nakatira. Kaya hindi mo dyan sa squatting, ayaw na gamit yung term squatting. Dahil, ang tawag yan? Informal settlers. Ay hindi talaga matapos-tapos yan. Kaya yun lang ang concern ko. Marami kayong nirelease, dadami yung squatters, ay yung informal settlers nyo dyan. Talagang prove ko na yan. Alam ko na yan. So yun lang ang concern ko sa Bucor. Sa kuha naman, sa immigration. Sir, during our last hearing, napag-usapan yung representative mo na mag-coordinate sila sa PNP. Dahil ang problema ng PNP, halimbawa yung may patay na nakuha doon sa, may tinapon na patay na Chinese doon sa may Kawit, Cavite, meron sila nakuha na mga Latin prints doon sa katawan ng victim. So, ang problema, wala silang mapagbanggaan or wala silang mamatch nito na database. Wherein kayo naman daw, meron kayong database. Nag-sharing na ba kayo ng ngayon ng database sa PNP?
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, Your Honor, during the last hearing, I was not yet the commissioner at the time. But right now, we are closely coordinating with the Philippine National Police, and every foreign national for that matter, we take their biometrics, fingerprint picture. Then, upon request, Your Honor, of the Philippine National Police, we will provide the biometric data.
Okay, kasi ang importante dyan, magkakaroon sila ng data dahil sila man doon na mayroong crime laboratory, kayo wala kayong crime laboratory, di ba?
None, Your Honor. We store the biometrics data.
Store ang biometric data nyo, i-share nyo doon sa kanila para sa kanilang crime laboratory magamit para ma-match yung mga Latin prints na nakuha. Well, next is yung kalimutan ko na tuloy yung question ko, anak ng baka. Ha?
Hindi mo sinusulat eh.
Hindi ko sinusulat.
Kaya talaga pag maraming iniisip, General, ganun talaga pag mabilis ang takbo ng utak eh.
Sige lang.
Talaga.
Sige na lang, magkalimutan ko. Ha?
Yung more Pogo.
Dalawa lang ang questions ko dito, yung Bucor at saka yung BI. Ito. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, na wala na.
You can ask later if you remember. Una lang naman.
I just would like to manifest my support, Mr. Chairman, dito sa budget ng DOJ. Dahil Number one, alam naman ninyo na I was formerly a member of the DOJ family, being the Director General of Bucor noon. At pangalawa, humahanga ako sa Secretary ng Justice ngayon dahil ayaw talaga niya ako i-turnover sa ICC. Kaya talagang susuportahan ko itong budget na by all means. You may term it as a personal interest, but I term it as a nationalistic view as far as sovereignty is concerned. That's sovereignty, not for personal reasons.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bihira tayo makakita ng mga public officials na may balls to stand up, and that is really needed to maintain our territorial integrity and sovereignty. So yun lang, Mr. Chairman, I would like to support their budget. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Yung mamaya, mag-text na lang tayo kung malala ko yung question ko, ha?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner. Sir, thank you. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Senator Bato de la Rosa. I'm sure your statements are appreciated by the DOJ family, the Secretary Boying. We'd like to acknowledge one of our colleagues, of course, the former Speaker of the House, former Majority Leader, now the Chair of our Committees on Science and Technology and Government Corporation, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. Sir, good morning. Good afternoon. It's past 12 already. So, we just want, before I turn it over to Senator Rafi, I just like to state that Senator Legarda has logged out, but she has stated that she is supportive of the budget of the DOJ and any increases that the committee will support that. So, just for the record, Senator Rafi, sir, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've noticed na wala akong member dito ng DBM. Is there any member of the DBM here? Online? Okay, good. And the name of the gentleman from the DBM? May I know his name? Okay. Kasi, Mr. Chair, nakakalungkot nga na ang laki pong in-slash na amount dito po sa requested budget ng DOJ. And we know na the DOJ and its attached agencies, especially the NBI, plays a very important role dito sa pamamalakad ng ating pamalaan. And having said that, I would like to thank the NBI. Dahil tumawag po ako sa inyo, meron po akong pinapalot na kaso sa Palawan, yung missing working student na si Jovelyn Galano. Ang bilis po umaksyon ng inyong mga tao. At ang nakakalungkot nga po, Secretary Remuda, dadalawa lang po pala ang tao nyo doon sa puerto. Baka po di ho nating dagdagan. Kasi nga po, yung pong mga police, pasintabi dito kay Chief Bato de la Rosa is still here?
Umalis na po.
Okay. Every time na sa programa ko po, na hindi po magandang performance ng PNP, palaging sumisigaw yung mga netizens, NBI, NBI, NBI. Mataas po yung tiwala ng taong bayan sa NBI. And yet, ang liit po ng budget ng NBI. Pwede makausap yung DBM? Can I have the DBM online? Answer some questions? Wala. Nagtago.
Baka kumain po. Kasi traditionally, we don't ask the DBM questions in these budget hearings. We wait for them to show up before us.
Okay.
Then we ask them, Your Honor.
Well,
So, yung procedure, but if you wish, we can we can specify that they be present at all the, I think it's the first time someone has asked the DBM the question during another agency's budget hearing, Your Honor. Pasensya na po kayo.
It's okay. Kasi tulad kahapon, yung sa judiciary, napansin ko po na malaki din po yung slash na budget, remember, Mr. Chair, na equally important naman po yung ginagampanan na role ng ating hudikatura, ng mga korte, kung para sa ibang departamento ng ating gobyerno na nalaki po ng mga budget, which is okay lang. Dapat ipantay din sa judiciary and dito rin po sa DOJ. especially dito rin sa Public Attorney's Office, na sila po yung agency na tumutulong, sumusuporta po sa mga mahirap nating kababayan. So, ako po full support sa budget ng DOJ. Kung tatanungin, kulang pa nga po ito. Saan hindi po nag-slash ng pagkalaki-laki, parang almost half. So, baka hindi talaga alam ng DBM kung ano yung gaano ka-importante yung pong trabaho ginagampanan niyo po dyan sa DOJ. Siguro po sa next hearing, itong DBM, marami siguro mga katanungan na dapat na sagutin sa akin. Now, moving on, I have a few questions for our representative here from LRA, Attorney
Si Attorney Sirius,
Serios. Okay.
is the administrator po. Opo.
Yes, Attorney Serios. Sa Puerto Princesa City, Palawan, marami po ako natatanggap na reklamo mula sa mga farmers na sila po ay nagsasangla ng lupa. Ito po sa mga ma-influensyang tao. Matapos po sila makapagsangla ng lupa na pagkababa ang halaga. And then when the time comes, natutubusin na nila. Hindi nila po nila natutubos dahil na-transfer na po yung lupa, yung titulo. Ang bilis po na-transfer. Di ba alam ko, meron pong mahabang proseso yan. Ang bilis po. Saka talamak po ang land grabbing sa mga indigenous people, yung mga katutubo, yung malupay ng mga katutubo doon. Wala ho ba kayong alam tungkol dyan, Attorney?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. With the kind permission of the Secretary of Justice, based on what I have found out, I have been in office for about 3 weeks pa lang, sir.
Okay.
But from what I have heard, there are most of the landowners dyan, there po, are actually on public land. Ngayon po, the lands are untitled, are yet to be titled, and some of them are selling lands po or having it yung mortgage po sangla sa those who have the means of lending them money. And then in the course of that, sila na po mismo ang nag-a-apply for titling po. So ganun po yung nangyayari, sir.
No, sir. Meron mga farmers ang titulo po yung kanilang mga lupa. And meron silang pangangailangan.
Opo.
And then nilalapit po sa kanila na tao. Na sabi, sige, pwede mo isala sa akin yung lupa mo at a certain amount na napag-usapan. In fact, sobrang baba. And then, dumating yung time, nag-mature na po yung loan.
Opo.
Tutubusin na po ng farmer. Hindi na po natubos kasi po na-transfer na yung pangalan doon sa tao. So wala ko ba kayong ginagawang safeguard para ma-ensure na ito pong mga lupain ng mga farmers natin, palit na ngayon ating mga farmland, mapoprotection na naman, na hindi po sila na-isa, hindi po sila na-scam nitong mga mayayamang tao, ma-influensyang tao,
Opo.
na sila po ay napagsamantalahan. Sir?
Sir, if this is farmland po, usually these are awarded through the CLOA po. Or under the CLOA, hindi po sila pwedeng, they're not permitted to sell or dispose of their properties po, or even have it as security for loan po.
So bakit po sila nakapagsanla? I'm talking about sanla po sa tao, hindi po sa bangko.
Opo. We will look into that po, sir.
Yeah, we should look into that, sir. Yun nga po. In fact, meron pa nga pong mga sumbong sa akin na magsasanla sila ng lupa. Ito mga farmers dahil may pangangailangan, may sakit yung kanilang kanilang family, kailangan mag-abroad yung kamag-anak nila, maging OFW, so they need money. So, lalapit sila sa isang loan shark.
Opo.
And then, sila, may usapan sila na 6 months. Okay? And then, magbibigyan ng date, kunyari, December 31, 2021. Pagdating po ng December 31, 2021, December 31, 2021, at exact time na hindi po matubos ng farmer kasi nakalagay sa kontrata yon at nakapagpirma ng deed of sale, agad-agad itinatakbo po sa LRA at natatransfer agad po yung titulo. Wala man lang grace period. So yun sinasabi ko, dapat may mga safeguards po kayo dito na make sure pag mga farmer lupa ng mga farmer yan, lupa ng mga maliit nating kababayan, mabigyan ng proteksyon, masiguro na talagang legit po yung transaksyon, na hindi po sila naisande, na sila po ay talagang sa gusto na matuloy yung transaksyon.
Opo, we will look into that po, sir. Yung pong transactions kasi between a farmer and a private person po, it shouldn't be registered. It couldn't be registered under the real estate mortgage. So these are purely unregistered transactions. So we have to look into that po. What measures or what safeguards to put into para ma-avoid po natin, maiwasan ang ganitong mga transaction po.
Okay, pero yung tao po kasi ni-refer ko, and I'm not gonna mention name, may influensyang tao. At halos lahat na atang lupa sa Palawan, pag-aari na ata raw niya. Ayon po sa mga sumbong nakarating sa akin. I don't know kung kaya mong banggain yun.
Opo.
Sa akin, nandiyan naman si Secretary Muna, kaya ni Secretary Muna yun. Anyway, seriously, kailangan po talaga protection po natin yung mga lupain ng ating mga maliliit na farmers.
Opo, sir. The LRA po is committed to protect the interests of landowners, whether small or big po. So, with the help of our Secretary of Justice, we will make sure na we will do our mandate po.
Okay. Meron din po mga insidente, ito po yung mga katutubuan po, yung IPs. They've been there sa lupa na yun for a long time, nananapan nila sa kanilang mga minuno. And then all of a sudden, meron pong taong pupunta doon at sasabihin, lupa ko ito at may hawak-hawak na pong titulo. Lalayasin po yung katutubo. Si katutubo, syempre, maliit lamang na tao siya, mabilis mapalayas at then maglalagay na po agad ng mga security guard to secure the area. And syempre, ang tanong ko ngayon, saan kumuha ng titulo itong o na biglang sumulpot out of the blue? Samantalang yung mga katutubo, dyan na ng kamata yung kanilang mga ninuno, meaning they have that land, piece of land, for years and even 100 years pa siguro. And now, all of a sudden, someone will come in and says, akin tong lupan to. Meron po siyang hawak-hawak na titulo, ha? So, ang nangyari, maglalabanan sa korte. Itong si Bagong Salta na may hawak na titulo, kung saan niya kinuhang lupalop yung titulo niyan, and then itong si Katutubo. Siyempre, pagdating sa korte, sino man nanalo, sir? Siguro naman, sir, alam mo na siguro yung sagot, Katutubo versus isang maimpluwensyang mayamang tao ang nasa likod versus Katutubo. Pagdating po sa korte, sino kayo mananalo? Di ba, sir? So, kailangan, sir, proteksyonan niyo po yung ating mga katutubo din. So, pag meron po mga bigla na lang sumulpot na tao at yun po may hawak-hawak, well, ulitin ko na lang pala, rephrase my, I think I'll make it a statement. Siguro po, silipin niyo po yung ahensya dahil sinisiguro ko po sa inyo, may mga hudas po dyan. God knows who does not pay, ika nga.
Opo, sir.
Kasi nga po, yung titulong hawak-hawak ng Bagong Salta na tao, yun po ay na-obtain sa pakikipagsabuatan sa mga, hindi po kayo sa mga alipores dyan sa LRA.
Yes, sir.
Malakas po ang korupsyon sa LRA, FYI po. Sabagay, bago lang po kayo. Para malaman niyo lang po. So, ang unang niyo po sigurong gawin, linisin niyo po yung mga corrupt.
Yes, sir.
Ng mga taga-LRA.
Yes, sir. Actually, that is the marching order of our Secretary of Justice. So, upon assumption to office, I was directed to make sure to clean the ranks of the LRA po.
Po, ang sa akin lang po kasi para maproteksyonan po yung mga lupain ng mga maliit nating kababayan, yung mga farmers, lalo na at saka mga IPs. Yun na po talaga ang aking interest.
Yes,
other than that, ako po, Mr. Chair, full support po ako sa budget ng DOJ. In fact, kulang pa nga ito kung ako tatanungin, saan naman lang nilapit-lapit sa katotohanan, halos kalahati yung in-slash from 42.9B pong request nyo, ang inapruban ng 26, sobrang laki naman ang in-slash. para sa akin, hindi ito makatarungan dahil alam ko po, napaka-importante po yung papel na ginagampanan po ng DOJ, ng immigration, and maging na NBI. NBI, you've been doing a good job. Keep it up. And I really commend Secretary Remulla ng NBI. Again, Secretary Remulla, baka pwede po dagdagan natin yung mga tao nyo sa puerto? Kulang po, dadalawa lang po.
Kaya po natin ang paraan.
Ayun, sige po. Salamat po, Secretary Remulla at Mr. Chair, yun lang po ang aking mga katanungan. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for raising those issues. Well, as for your information, Sen. Raffy, meron pong DBM budget specialist ngayon online, si Miss Lulu Vispo. Would you like to ask her some questions?
Of course.
Yes, yes.
Nandiyan ba?
Go ahead, sir. Yep.
Madam Lulu, magandang hapon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon po, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, ako po'y curious lamang, siyempre, pagdating po sa usaping...
Excuse me, could you open your monitor, ma'am, please, Diana? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Salamat,
Sorry
salamat.
po, sir. Sorry, sir.
Opo, pagdating po sa usaping nanalapi, of course, kayo pong authority dyan. Ano po? DBM nga po. Ano po? However, meron lang po akong katanungan, out of curiosity, how did you come up with this figure 26B samantalang 42B ang ni-request po ng DOJ at siyempre na-justify na po nila yan sa inyo nung sila po ay mag-submit ng kanilang recommendation o ng kanilang request. Bakit po sobrang laki po yung pong in-slash, madam?
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor and Mr. Chair and Senator. Usually, sir, what was slashed in the budget for FY 2023 is when you are talking of between 2022 and 2023, is the big amount included in the FY 2022, which is a congressional initiative, which is 356 million. And also, the budget utilization rate of the NBI for FY 2021 as of June 31, when it comes to operating requirements, they only have 77.80%. So out of the 857.8 appropriations, they only obligated 630 million po. And then there is also a continuing appropriations from 2021, and as of June 30, they only obligated 34.32%. So that is how we prepared po. And then the other proposals, sirs, were not supported with documentary requirements po. And aside from that, sir, they also have a 150 million every year appropriations, which is the use of income po.
Okay, so ibig mo sabihin, kulang po sa supporting documents yung ibang mga requests?
Yes po. Yes po. And then when it comes to CI, sir, kasi hindi namin po siya sinasama the following year, if ever na we will evaluate their budget po.
Pero ma'am, sobrang laki. Curious na ako kasi I'm more concerned about the NBI kasi nga po, sabi ko kanina sa show ko, yung mga sintabi lang po sa PNP, meron pong mga cases, especially yung mga masela ng mga kaso na sa tingin po ng taong bayan mukhang hindi kaya ng PNP. Palagi sila sumisigaw sa NBI, 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 NBI. And yet, tingnan niyo po yung NBI, katiting lang po yung budget. Parang awa-awa po yung budget ng NBI. In fact, kanina sabi ko lang po kay Secretary Remulla, dadalawa lang po yung tao nila sa puerto. Ano po mga kilos yung NBI pa? Although, dalawa lang sila pero they've been doing a good job. Paano po makagawa ng maayos na trabaho ang NBI kung dadalawa lang po sila katulad niyan? PNP po yung mga suspect sa kaso. So, I wanted the NBI to rescue sana kasi meron po kaming balita na somewhere supposed to be meron taong doon pwedeng i-rescue. Sabi ko sa NBI, magsama ka ng mga tao mo. Sir, sabi niya, dadalaw lang po kami, ha? So, di ba? Nakukwento po, DBM. At marami pa po mga lugar, nakukunti po yung NBI, na mga person ng NBI sa kagamitan dahil kulang po yung budget. Kayo ba humingi ng tulong sa NBI? Have you tried? Siguro naman po, mabilis po kayo natulungan ng NBI, ano po? Kayo dyan sa DBM, pag may mga problema kayo, takbuhan nyo siguro NBI, ano po? Tama?
Sir, usually po for clearance po, yung hingi na NBI clearance.
Hindi, kunyari ikaw personally. Personally, siguro. Hindi.
Hindi pa, sir.
Kaya pala hindi ka nag-ano, wala kang
Sorry po.
problema pala sa ano, hindi ka pala nagkakaproblema, kaya wala kang pakialam. Sorry, I'm not
No,
sure. Wala
sir.
kang pakialam.
Hindi naman
I'm
po
just,
ganun,
I'm
sir.
just being straightforward dito, ma'am. Why? Because every day po sa aking action center, sa Wanted sa radyo, by the hundreds po, pila dyan. Ang malaking percentage dyan, there are other victims of crime, o dili kaya yung kanilang pamilya ay victims of crime, o sila po yung api, natapakan po yung kanilang karapatan, at kailangan po ng intervention ng law enforcement, kasama na po dyan ang NBI. So pag tumatakbo kami sa NBI, all the NBI is doing their best. Kung ano yung available resources meron sila, they're making the most of it. Pero ma'am, kulang eh. Ako po kasi nakakahalubilo ko sila palagi. Nakakausap ko po sila palagi. That's why nakikita ko talaga yung needs nila. Siguro po, sabi ko kahapon, kung nakamonitor po kayo, it's about time siguro, yun po mga agency tulad ng DOJ at yung Supreme Court, yung mga korte natin, ibisita niyo po siguro para makita niyo po yung kalagayan nila, sitwasyon nila. Kung nakausap niyo po siguro, wag yun po yung nakaupo lang po tayo dyan sa air condition room natin, kung may sasabit na dokumento, okay, sige, tingnan natin. Siguro kailangan kausapin niyo rin po sila para malaman niyo po talaga yung totoong sitwasyon ng ahensya na tinatalakay niyo po yung budget nila. Okay, ma'am?
Noted, sir. Opo.
Sige po. Ma'am, hindi tayo galit ha. Hindi ka galit sa akin, hindi ako galit sa iyo.
Hindi po, sir.
Baka nagtatampo na po kay ma'am. Okay. Pero again, ma'am, really, seriously, kailangan po natin ma-upgrade yung NBI. Kailangan po madagdagan natin yung budget ng NBI. And also the PAO. Kasi po yung PAO, takbuhan po ito ng mga maliit nating kababayan na madalas na natin. May kasabihan naman, alam niyo yung kasabihan niya, ano? Yung sinasabi niya, may President Ramon Magsaysay, alam niyo po yun? He who has less in life should have more in law. So, ibig sabihin po niya, madam, yung mga maliliit natin kababayan, yung mga walang-wala, yung mga kapuspalad, dapat sila magkaroon ng mas malawakang proteksyon sa ating batas. So, paano makapagbigay ng tamang proteksyon, ayuda itong PAO at NBI kung kulang po sila sa budget. Tama po ba nun? Diba? So, kailangan po siguro next time pag-isip-isipan po natin yung pong slash pagbigay ng ayos na budgets sa ating law enforcement tulad po ng NBI. Salamat po, madam. Maraming salamat.
Noted, sir. Opo. Thank you, sir.
Ingat po kayo palagi. God bless. Okay. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Rafi. We'll now give the floor to Senator Alan Peter, who's, for his questions.
Ay, magandang tanghali po. Mr. Chairman, one biblical principle that we can apply every day is yung kung anong ating itatanim, yan din ating aanihin. And many of us here were either born to a family of lawyers o kaya may naging mentor, no, na lawyer. And I still remember nung panahon na iisa lang ang piskal sa bawat probinsya. So, when my wife, Mayor Lani, took over etong June 30, tinitignan namin yung Hall of Justice at saka yung facilities ng piskal at saka ng prosecutors at ng judges. Napakakulang at napakarami na nila. Pero nagulat ako sa dami. Then someone told me, sir, actually mas marami pa nga sa San Juan. So, parang the natural thing to do is to advocate, to lobby both sa Supreme Court and sa DOJ for more fiscals, more judges, more facilities. But that would mean that we are becoming a much more litigious society. Eh di ba nung time natin, yun ang medyo, at least sa law school, medyo yun ang yabang natin compared sa US, na sa US, madapa ka lang or mamura ka lang, matulak ka, di ba? Limandahan na. And of course, when you talk about prosecutors, these are criminal cases, not to mention civil cases pa, no? So what I was wondering if the good secretary pagdating sa plenary, can show us maybe over a 10 or 15-year period, yung growth nga talaga nung pag-file ng criminal cases at saka nung personnel, and then maybe together with the House and Senate, the executive, we can come out with kumbaga may enemy ka, instead na upakan mo yung enemy mo, love your enemy. No, I don't know whether we should strengthen the barangay justice system, 'di ba? Yung sa ngayon kasi ang limitation nung sa barangay, kailangan magka-barangay sila. But maybe yung lupon, no? Yung lupon, which is for me very effective. Kaya nga may limitations lang. But yun, so my first point is I'm a little bit alarmed in our trajectory, and I've been monitoring yung press statements at yung mga pag-ikot ni Secretary Remulla, and I see he wants to take a very, how do I put it, fundamentalist approach. Parang wag lang symptoms, pero doon na mismo sa problema. So I know long-term, baka DepEd to, di ba, to teach our young people values and parang hindi magkadimandahan. But maybe medium term, 6 years to 10 years, di ba, pwede nating tignan na kung yun talaga ang trajectory, dapat naman siguro mag-plateau or magbago, no? If the Justice Secretary would like to reply, no?
Your Honor, maybe we can say it's also a function of population. We are now 107 million people, and the example here would be the province of Cavite, Your Honor. We now have 39 RTCs passed by law to be established in Cavite, but we just have 26 prosecutors, which means we don't even have one prosecutor per court, which will also delay the release of people who are being detained, and this will also delay the dispensation of justice. So all of these problems, Your Honor, are just there because I think it's a population. We just so many people now, and the problem now also is that criminal cases are heard twice a year in many areas in the country, when they should be heard around 8 to 10 times a year, so that the persons can be judged accordingly. So that's one of the problems of the justice system now, and I think that we really have to hire more people, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hear the pain in the voice of Secretary of Justice 3 or 8 times. Actually, if we follow the rules of court, di ba? Continuous hearing, and pag napapanood ng ating mga kababayan yung mga US or European court system na parang pag nagsimula today, di ba? Tatapusin nila yan, di ba? Yung kay Jack Sparrow at sa kanyang asawa, di ba? Talagang kay Johnny Depp, libel ba yun? Libel yung, I think, sa libel case nila, no? So, sa atin, it's still a criminal offense yung libel. Pero, when people see that, parang syempre, ba't hindi kaya sa atin? But I hear you, no, na the case of Cavite is a glaring example kasi you can't have one prosecutor man lang, no? Having said that, maybe to rephrase lang, no, my manifestation is, can we take a dual approach, di ba? On one hand, providing yung kulang, facilities, more prosecutors, yung kanilang computers, books, internet, etc. But at the same time, look at the bigger picture of social justice in our country and how how we can make it a less litigious. Di ba? If you follow a biblical example, kasi klaro if someone has wronged you, go to him or her and explain that you have wronged. Pag hindi nakinig, go to the elders of the church. And then go to that person with the elders at makinig. Kung hindi pa rin, yung church leadership na, kung hindi, alis ka sa church. And supposedly that system will keep Christians, whether Catholic, Protestant, whatever, from filing cases with each other. But again, maraming magka-church ngayon na hindi magkakilala. Di ba? Minsan sa korte na silang nagkikita na, tapos sasabihin ng pastor, pareho ko kayong parishioners. No? But that's what I meant, a dual approach. Kasi nga, feeling ko parang in our language during our time. 2.5 na yung pailan mo ng kaso yung isang tao, no? The second point I want to make, I had the honor and privilege, no, in the first year, Mr. Chair, nung nagkaroon ng cyber division yung NBI, to put the first 20 million, walang budget nun, yung for the cyber crimes, no? But right now, I think, kung titignan mo, in any aspect, no, whether it's white collar or blue collar, dun papunta talaga eh, no. Sunday, patulog na ako pagtingin ko sa phone ko. May text, sinabi mo kanina, chairperson ng Committee on Science and Technology, nakalagay, Sen, tapos miss call, nakalagay Secretary Solidum. So, of course ako, tinext ko, Sec, sorry, Sunday, hindi ko nakita call mo, tawagan kita bukas. Sumagot, cabinet meeting bukas, but okay tomorrow. Oh. Maya-maya, naglipat ako ng phone, nag-appear birthday. Pero I was sure, hindi ko nakita na birthday niya earlier. Sa Viber kasi nag-appear, di ba? So, tinext ko, happy birthday, nag-text na. Sen, pwede bang humingi ng tulong kasi nasa cabinet kami bukas. So, in-engage ko. Sabi ko, anong sec, tawagan kita or text? Sabi niya, mahina signal dito sa Romblon, kaya hindi kita matawagan. Nanganak yung maid namin, pero hindi namin makontak. Pwede bang padalan mo ng 20,000? Diba? So, text ko ulit. Pwede bang tomorrow morning? Sabi niya, kailangan niya na ngayon. But, eto medyo, but 3 weeks before that, an alleged OFW leader na kilala ko, and nung hindi ko binigay yung gusto niyang tulong, biglang gumawa ng group, and then, ambassadors. And yung ambassadors kilala ko dahil nung nasa DFA ako, nandito na sila. Pero ang numbers nila, Australian, US at Canadian. So hindi lang Pilipino yung phone number nila. Viber to lahat, no? And then ang sinasabi ng ambassadors, kilala namin siya, tulungan mo naman. Tapos nagpa-personal text sa akin, si ambassador ganito, sir, kamusta ka na? Tulungan mo. So, of course, you've heard this the last month, diba? Dahil ang daming nagko-complain. But for me, what's new is that last week, people were telling me, wala sa pangalan nila yung cellphone nila. Pero nickname o initial nila, nandun. No? So, halimbawa, if people know that your nickname is Boying, but your cellphone, let's say, is sa office or whatever, no? For whatever reason, or prepaid, no? Biglang lalabas, Boying, baka gusto mo sa online ganito, or baka gusto mong bumili dito. So, personalized na. So, we know that there is data sharing between some apps, di ba? When Facebook and WhatsApp got together, pag nag-text ka na nag-text sa WhatsApp, let's say Apple computer, iPhone, ganyan, mag-appear yung products ng iPhone sa Facebook mo. So may algorithm na supposedly hindi binubuksan. But ito, pati sa scam nalalaman na rin yung pangalan mo. Never mind us, I guess one reason we're victims of that or targeted victims or we're being targeted is because we give our numbers out. Diba? So madaling makuha. But for private citizens na let's say 50 to 200 lang ang nasa phone nila, biglang may magte-text na allegedly kilala nila. No? So my point is, Mr. Chair, I think kailangan talagang meron tayong 5-year plan sa cybercrime. And talagang yung funding is not just the equipment, but it's also the training, sending people, whether DOJ or NBI abroad, to what's the latest, di ba? Getting the cooperation of cooperation of the telcos and everything, no? And the very last point I want to make is that, so there's been various briefings about yung kidnapping, and then nasa news yung pag-file ng case kay Bong Navarro, no? I'll not go to the merits of both, but I remember, dahil sa Taguig nangyari yan, one of the frustrations ng aming chief of police is the condo wouldn't cooperate right away nung nangyari. Di ba? Because for us lawyers, we know that a warrantless arrest is allowed, di ba, when a crime is either in progress or it just happened, and the former DOJ Secretary and Solgen can correct me, no, but or can elucidate on that. But ang point ko is that kung nilabas ka agad yung CCTV or nag-cooperate ka agad, wala sanang problema. So since that time, I'm not 100% sure what nangyari, no? But pinatawag ng PNP at ng Taguig Police ang mga security agencies, condo owners. So I think they have a protocol of how to keep the privacy pa rin nung condo. But then when it's a crime, di ba? Obstruction of justice yan eh. Pero alam naman natin sa Pilipinas pagka ganun na kung sino-sinong hari ang nakatira dun sa condo, hindi rin nagpo-prosper yung yung obstruction walang nasasampulan So my point is, in one of these briefings, nasabi kasi ng mga police, hindi sila basta-basta makapasok sa Pogo. So, whether you're a senator, a mayor, a congressman, you feel so how do I put it? Frustrated, pity, and also. So I think there is a need for the DOJ and the police, the PNP, to really have this workshop together. Because apparently even some of our COPs around and even some of our top generals. So we had that also in the hearings ng Isabong, di ba? Na meron ka ng witness sa loob ng compound nagsasabing dun dumukot, tapos napipigilan pa rin ng private security pumasok ang police. Kasi ang alam ko, di ba, pagka klarong a crime is being committed, pwede kang pumasok. You don't have to get a search warrant. Or if you really do need a search warrant, di ba, pwede mo nang paligiran yung area para hindi lumabas. Then of course, that's between the DOJ and the court naman. So for example, sa Pogo, kung it's only a suspicion, pero may basis yung kanilang suspicion, meaning not guesswork, and they can run to the court and get a search warrant. Bantayan nila, but apparently that's lost upon them. So I just like to appeal to both the Solgen and the Secretary of Justice na, let's stop this feeling of helplessness. Diba? If there's something wrong with the law and we can amend it as long as the procedures will still be in accordance with our Constitution and protect the rights of our people, why not? But tingin ko naman at present, it's really more of the application. No? So, and I think while people fear what you call this, a powerful state and police force, nakakatakot din naman yung powerless pakinggan ang ating mga kapulisan. Lalo na ngayon na 30, 40 years ago, hindi usong condo living Pero ngayon, it's really a choice din So, your protection should not be confined to your private security, di ba? It should also be the community police. So, let me just lay this at the doorstep of our team sa justice team natin. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our Solgen and our Secretary. First, feel free to respond.
Yeah, we'll let the Secretary respond if he wishes. Thank you, Senator Etano.
We will do something about that, Your Honor.
Thank you. The last, I think, hopefully the last is our Vice Chair. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Senator J.V. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's simultaneous here with the Commission on Appointments to confirm Secretary Neguesma. Anyway, I received a letter from Secretary Remulla handed over by his very able Undersecretary, Brigido Dulay. A request for additional funding, about 300 million, para at least we will take note, Mr. Chair, for training and educational facilities. Probably si Secretary na rin pwede mag-elaborate for kung ano talaga yung purpose nito. I think it's really for coordination with the PNP, DILG, for better in cases, I think probably can elaborate, Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor. We are about to launch a DOJ PNP coordination prosecution and enforcement teams that will work like the DA system in America. We will not. We will want to take away sa judicial function that is being somehow abused by our prosecution and make it more of an executive function. And it's necessary that the police are properly equipped with the legal knowledge, that the prosecution is should be comfortable working with the police at all times, Your Honor. We need that, Your Honor.
So that this is a good innovation, Mr. Chair, no? So that it will be more efficient this time, so that we will have better chances of winning this time. Kasi madalas sa technical pag nahanapan ng butas. So yung 300 million will be used for training and educational activities for the LGPNP and
yes, Your Honor.
And second, dito lang isa pa, about 220 million request, but it's additional funding. I think this is very important, Mr. Chair, for prosecution attorneys. At present, there are about 556 unfilled position for National Prosecution Service. So napakalaki pala. But yung request is only for 150 million, no? Just
yes, Your Honor,
150 prosecution attorneys, sorry.
So, Your Honor, we're looking at our absorptive capacity on how many we can really hire. Because if you really look at the figures right now, the new courts are not yet into the picture. But if we look at the new courts established, we really need 800 more prosecutors. But I think that we can only hire at least 150. We will be able to hire for sure, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
What is the average workload per prosecutor? Medyo malaki siguro yan because of our lack of prosecutors.
Yes, Your Honor. And it's not really in all areas. There are some areas where there are no prosecutors. There are courts without prosecutors. That's why we have to fill the gap, Your Honor.
Just take note of this also that so that the committee can
we had a chat also with the Sec Boying the other day, and he intimated these problems to us, and because of your initiative and because of his our belief in his political will commit to helping the DOJ. And testigo naman po si Sec Maynard na in the past years we've been helping the DOJ. So mas lalo na the part of the DOJ family, Yusek Dodo nandyan. So don't worry, Your Honor, it's very difficult, no? Because as you know, it's a zero-sum game at our level, no? We have to take away from somebody and give it to add to somebody. So, but rest assured, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Likewise, it's a good opportunity, Mr. Chair, that Sec Boying is here, no, institutory genuine reforms, no, also started by Secretary Maynard Guevara. At least yung we will be able to fill up yung hopefully slowly the lack of our prosecutors, improvement of yung coordination with the PNP, and last but not the least siguro yung pagtutulungan na natin probably, Mr. Chair, yung plano ni Sec Boying Remulla na to have the mega detention facility, yung kapalit na ng Balibid. Because not unless we really move out Bilibid, hindi talaga maalis yung mga problema dyan. Because we are, ang hirap kasi, yung situation, it's within the community. So maganda naman yung plano. So hopefully, slowly, probably we can ask the DP, with the help of DPWH to start, we can start already with the mega detention facility.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Salamat, Vice Chair Senator JV. Now we have Vice Chair Senator Francis, who's the chair of the Senate Committee on Justice as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no in-depth questions to propound. I came from the Commission on Appointments. I have to attend the confirmation hearing of my senior brother, who happens to be the Secretary of Labor now. But just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I handed over before I left to Attorney Irene de Torres Alogo, my proposal to amend existing ADR rules. So if you'll notice, it's based more on the UNCITRAL model, incorporating some cross-border commercial transactions that will involve foreign arbitrators. We expect you, ma'am, to have a comment on that because previously during our first hearing, organizational hearing, it was Secretary Guevara who mentioned that he's in charge of arbitration, or just the Sultanate of Sulu ruling. So, can you furnish him a copy likewise? Yun lang po yung manifestation. But I'm supportive of the budget of the DOJ family. Ito lang po, Secretary Kabayan, yung DOJ Academy in Tagaytay. When will it be completed? Will it be akin to the PILJA or better? Will we train not just prosecutors but even those coming from the Office of the Solicitor General? So what's the status, sir?
It's ongoing, Your Honor. We will update the committee very soon, Your Honor, when we look at the specifics.
I'm sure it's going to be a first-class academic institution, better than the Development Academy of the Philippines.
Hopefully, Your Honor.
Hopefully.
Get Senator Tolentino as one of your lecturers, Your Honor.
So I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman, because I'm afraid lunch is not being served here.
Lunch is being served, Your Honor.
not?
It's there. It's being consumed as we speak, Your Honor.
So again, I reiterate my support to the budget of all of these agencies participating here right now. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And I think that's the last, the good news is that's the last interpellator. Thank you very much to our Vice Chair, Senator Francis Tolentino. Serve him lunch. He's complaining that he's not been given lunch. But our sincerest thanks to the DOJ family led by the good Secretary Boying, and of course the former Secretary who's now the Solicitor General, Soljan Maynard, Yusek Dodo, and the DOJ family, Yusek Vasquez, our heads of agencies, kila General Bantag, Commissioner Tansingo. Pasensya ka na sa mga tanong, bago ka lang pala. Chair Agbayani, Administrator Sirios, Chair Marilyn Staris, Ma'am Acosta, yes, hello po. Yusek Deo Marco, Director Hermar, Attorney Lemos from NBI, Admin Piray, sir, pasensya na sa mata natin, medyo bumibigyan na. And then the rest of the DOJ family. So, thank you very much from the committee. Salamat po sa inyo. And rest assured, we will do our best to augment your budget given the importance of your work. So, salamat po, Mr. Secretary.
Salamat po. Salamat po.
So bakit yung numbers ninyo?
Madam Chair,
Sabi
if
mo
I-
1K lang yung
yeah,
state university.
if I can further explain, the Wi-Fi sites that was mentioned earlier basically refers to the access points that were installed in the different locations. In one location, there may be 1, 2, 3, or 4 access points that are installed. So there are more Wi-Fi sites, Madam Chair, if you
Okay.
compare it with the location.
Thank you, sir. Mahaba pa ba yan?
I think, Your Honor, that's the last for the free Wi-Fi, and I move to the next major topic, Your Honor,
Which is?
which is developing a data-driven governance about our data center project.
Teka muna, bago yon, yung national broadband, tapos ka na? Hindi pa, di ba? You just mentioned it briefly, right?
I mentioned it briefly, Your
You
Honor.
have can you expound on that before we go to this data center?
Your Honor, if I may, I would like to request ASEC Philip to expound on the national broadband project.
What is the budget now allocated for the national broadband?
Madam Chair, it's 1.5 billion.
1.5 billion. But what is your ask? How much did you need?
We asked actually more than 10 billion.
10 billion.
Yes.
With this 1.5 billion, what would you cover? How many percent?
We can cover, Madam Chair, the links from Central Luzon to the Bicol area, Madam Chair.
Okay. If you were given double that, well, what would you be able to link?
We can actually double the 1.5 billion. We can probably cover, Madam Chair, lighting up the backbone until Mindanao, but not the whole of Mindanao, Madam.
Okay. See, that's the problem. Why didn't you ask for a bigger budget for the... How many landing sites do you have now? And how many are you expected to have? You mentioned Baler, Aurora, San Fernando, La Union, right?
Yes, Madam Chair. These are the 2 cable landing stations that we have. These are connected to international submarine cable networks.
Ilan pang kailangan yung landing sites?
There will be domestic cable landing, Madam Chair, but they will not require too much budget because we are also planning to use the fiber optic cable of NGCP. There are inland as well as submarine cable.
NGCP,
Madam Chair, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Senator Nancy is recognized.
Madam Chair, ASEC, magkano ba talaga yung kailangan na amount para matapos yung broadband plan? 10B yung hinihingi nyo. By yung 10B ba matatapos na yan?
Hindi pa po.
So magkano yung...
Actually, if we are to partner po with local electric cooperative, mababawasan po ng husto yung magiging budget. Ang initial po naming budget is about 70 billion, yung requirement po namin. If we will partner with local electric cooperative, mababawasan po yun because we will just use po yung poles nila and perhaps we can have an arrangement para po
So magkano nga ho yung kailangan? Kasi for this year's budget, ang ni-request was 18 billion. Pero ang nabigay sa inyo, 9 billion. Tas for next year, ang ni-request nyo, 10 billion. Tas ang nabigay sa inyo is only 1.5. So magkano ho ba talaga yung the whole picture? Because I think yung remaining 3 years natin, Madam Chairperson, and I assume kayo pa rin ho yung magde-defend ng budget ng DICT. Magandang malaman din on our part para alam din namin na para every year, ito yung kailangan natin paghandaan pagdating dun sa broadband plan. nangyayari ko ngayon, tingi-tingi yung ano, di ba? So parang hindi ko makita yung the bigger picture.
Walang nagpahiram sa inyo na cooperative or NGCP, magkano talaga yung projected amount that you will need for national broadband?
Actually, yung estimate po namin, kasama na po yung NGCP, yung ano nila would be around 70 billion to 100 billion po.
Tapos, ang binigay sa inyo ngayon, magkano? 1 billion?
Opo.
So parang hindi talaga seryoso dito, ano?
Sana nga po mabigyan kami para maski po yung inihiling lang po namin na 10 billion pa po sana para malagyan na po natin hanggang Mindanao po.
Can you please spell the benefits of actually having a national broadband? Anong mangyayari? Kunyari, meron nga. Ano bang benepisyo nito sa tao?
Basically po yung national broadband network natin will provide government, yung pong all government agencies sana with broadband internet service. Yung idea is for the government service to deliver also the needed services to the public. Aside from that, through the free Wi-Fi, we will be able to provide yung free public Wi-Fi service to the citizenry. So yun po yung aming plano, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, but at the moment, yung mga government agencies, parang nagsusubscribe tayo sa telco para magkaroon ng ganitong broadband, tama po ba? And then, so pag natapos na to, dapat lahat ng government offices, hindi na sila magsusubscribe dun sa existing telcos. Ganun ba yung long-term scenario?
Yes and no. Kasi po, there are government agencies that may require 2 or even 3 internet service providers. So, meron po kasing mga ganong government agency. Redundancy po ang kailangan nila.
So ano nga yung advantage ng magkakaroon ng sarili wherein government would spend so much money when technically there's already a private sector who's also investing dito sa broadband plan?
Basically po yung yun nga, government network po kasi yung ating binibuild plus yung free Wi-Fi service that will be providing through the national broadband network. So yun po yung ano.
Ilang, Madam Chair, since hindi nga ito pinopondoan, baka by the time mapunuan yung 70 billion, meron ng bagong technology. Di ba? I mean, for example, ngayon, di ba, yung narinig natin, yung SpaceX, di ba? Baka by the time, doon na pala tayo magmamigrate.
That's actually an interesting analysis, ha? Kasi may mga telcos rin that are also expanding at this point. So, I don't know. You are raising your hands, ma'am. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to request our colleague from the NTC to just give a comparative, assessment for government broadband and the government broadband of other countries which we are comparing our country. Sir.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chair, Senator Binay, Senator Tulfo. Just to add lang po dun sa binanggit ni Asik Varilla, in other countries po kasi, the government puts up the infrastructure which is the national broadband which is the most expensive. Ito po kasi yung parang backbone na kung saan nanggagaling po yung mga ibang area. So, in the Philippines po kasi it's a purely private sector initiative. So, yung po mga telcos natin, they spend so much for this. They have problems with right of way. They have problems with permits, barangay, etc. So, if the government puts it up, what can happen, like in other countries, is the private sector only leases from the government po. Kaya po yung price ng expenses sa telco ng mga at ikababayan ay babagsak po. Secondly, there are areas po na medyo mahirapan puntahan ng private sector because of the distance, and sometimes it's a peace and order item, so makakatulong po yung government doon. So with the project po ng DICT, kapag ginawa po yun, long term po would be redundancy. We won't be too dependent on the private sector. Secondly, the private sector can lease from the government infrastructure. So babagsak po yung kanilang capex, magiging OPEX na lang po ito. Thank you po.
Magandang pakinggan yan, ha? Pero unang-una, if the government's the one maintaining the connection, it's, for me, I think it might be a little bit more unreliable. But then, okay, redundancy is good so that nobody can monopolize connectivity. But, you know, you mentioned an interesting point. It's difficult for them to get right of way, difficult for them to get barangay permits. I think that's something the NTC can do as an initiative, is to facilitate that for them. Even if it's a private sector initiative, in one of our laws, I think in ano ba yun, bayanihan, di ba? We already expedited now. Of course, that's already lapsed. Oo, dapat, ano ba yan? Is it still, have you cut the number of requirements?
Actually, ma'am, what we did was during the pandemic, the NTC, together with other government agencies, which are the ARTA, DPWH, and other agencies po, we issued a joint memorandum circular. So malaking bagay po kasi what happened was if the one putting up the infrastructure has submitted all the requirements and within a certain period of time ay hindi po inapprove ng government office, which for example is a barangay or a municipality, then it is deemed approved after a period of days po.
Okay, I'm sorry if my co-senators don't mind. Right now, the hot topic is really under the DICT, which is SIM registration, all of these scams that are coming in, all of the e-commerce that is happening is under the DICT. So you have all of these presentations, but I would like to get to our questions immediately before we forget. NTC, how much is your budget for next year? Your proposed budget, is it 400 million?
Ito po, 459 million, ma'am, for 2023. Si DepCom.
So, Mr. Cabarrios is a consultant. Who took his place?
Si DepCom Ella Lopez, and the other one is DepCom John Salvahan, but he's attending another hearing po, Your Honors.
Okay. What's your qualification, Attorney Lopez? Attorney ulit.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam po.
Okay. Can you tell me what the mandate is of the NTC?
Actually, ma'am, within the NTC's jurisdiction is the broadcasters. The broadcasters include radio and TV, and also those providing cable TV operations. Cable TV operations includes fixed cable operations, fixed cable, and yung pong frequency, yung pong mga direct to home, for example, Signal and Dream TV before, yun. And then under the other side po is the telecommunications, which includes our telcos. Telcos includes the mobile providers, cellular mobile telephone providers, and yun pong mga internet service providers, at saka po yung mga fixed line. Yun po mga...
Bakit ang laki ng budget? I mean, saan nyo ginagamit ang 400? Paano nyo gagamitin ang 400 million na yan?
Ma'am, ito pong is composed of PS. PS namin is 300, personal service is 305.4 million, and the MOE is 154 million. We don't have a capital expenditure for next year, Your Honors.
Okay, but you are actually earning from fees, right? Do you get
Yes.
How much did you earn last year?
Po, wait, nandito po. For 2021, Your Honors, The target that was given by the DBCC is 5.77 million, and we're able to collect 9.145 billion, Your Honors.
Billion?
Yes, ma'am. So, ang excess po namin is 173% of the target.
Okay. Yung hotline ba ninyo gumagana na?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Kasi sinubukan namin, hindi
Okay po. Gumagana po. And we also sent your officer honors the process right now on text scams po. We emailed it last night to your office, but I can discuss it for your honors if you would want.
Okay. All right. We'll go back to the NTC later, but can you were discussing the data centers,
Your Honor.
before I cut you off.
Yes, Your Honor, but may I also mention that upon the instruction of the Secretary who is now in Zoom, the DICT also came up with an immediate plan for the tech scam fiasco or issue. And may I just give a few minutes to Yusek Paul Mercado to quickly just provide us an update of that move, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good
Yusek
afternoon,
Mercado.
Madam Chair. Actually, last 15 September, last Thursday, we had an interagency meeting with the NTC, the CICC, as well as the NPC. Right now, we see the problem, and the problem, I think, really is the hotline right now. And we coordinated and we created this stopgap measures. For now, for the DICT, we have this consumer complaint hotline or email address. We'll send it later to you, the email address. We started this since July, but this includes not only the current tech scam, but all complaints regarding the ICT sector. The CICC also has its own hotline, and at the same time, the NTC and the NPC. Right now, last Thursday, what we discussed is for us to create this joint memorandum circular so that we can consolidate all our efforts. The DICT for cyber awareness, cyber hygiene, the CICC for investigation, because they are the arm for investigating these kinds of problems. The NTC as the regulatory body of the telcos and do their regulatory function in order to prevent this, and the NPC because there is privacy that is invaded in these kinds of problem. We will update you on this matter, and we will have a continuous meeting on this po, ma'am.
Senator Tulfo is recognized.
Yeah, since na-mention niya po yung CICC, yun po talagang interest ko kung ba't ako nandito. Idadirect ko lang po quickly dito po sa CICC. Yusek Alexander Ramos, pwede malaman ng qualification po ninyo at kayo po ay naatasa maging Yusek ng CICC Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center.
Thank you. I'm a 25-year veteran of law enforcement doing transnational crime investigation.
Meron po kayo alam tungkol sa mga computer systems?
Yes po, I was trained locally and overseas.
Saan po overseas?
I trained with the National White Collar Crime Center.
Okay.
I trained with the U.S. Secret Service.
US. So, kilala niyo po itong CISA, kung tawagin. Yung Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency ng US sa Homeland Security. Have you trained with them?
Not with them, sir.
Not with them, okay. Now, kasi po, alam naman natin ngayon na uso na po yung tinatawag na cyber attack. Alam niyo po yan, no? Nilo-launch yun from, say, China, Russia, and North Korea, and then kung sinong country na they perceive as enemy, inaatake nila. Ngayon po, meron tayong konting sigalot. Actually, hindi konting sigalot. Medyo matagal ang sigalot between yung sa China. So, have you heard of the Unit 6138 within the PLA, People's Liberation Army? Di ba sa law enforcement po kayo? Unit 6138.
I'm not familiar with them, but way back in
okay, you have time. Let me help you. Ito po yung isang unit nagpe-penetrate, naglo-launch ng mga cyber attack against countries that they perceive as enemy. At kasama po tayo siguro dyan,
China perceives us as enemy. So, alam niyo po itong hidden links, LYNX. And ito po ay part ng ammunition na ginagamit ng PLA against other countries na gusto nang atakihin through cyberspace. Alam niyo po yung water hole technique? Water hole technique po.
Hindi po. We have a different technique in doing investigation.
Sorry po. Oh, sorry. Okay, ano po yung mga computer system po ninyo? Meron ba tayong gumagamit ba kayo ng computer system from China? Made in China? Meron ano po? Meron po nabanggit sa akin.
CICC.
Yeah, dati na po meron kayong computer system from China. The previous administration, and i-dispatch nyo po yun?
None that I know of.
What kind of computer system? Ano po yung mga computer nyo sa CICC? Saan po galing? Saan po binili? Saan po procure? Saan po?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, Division Chief RB Talastas may give us some idea.
Gusto ko lang po malaman, saan niyo po binili yung computer system ninyo? Meron kasi akong dahilan kung bakit ko tinatanong to. Very important to. Saan po nanggaling yung mga computer system, yung mga hardware, software? Saan po nanggagaling yan? Saan po binibili yan? Saan niyo po in-order?
As Your Honor, the last digital forensic laboratory.
No, sir. No, don't about forensic. Don't be very technical on me. Ang gusto ko lang malaman, anong tatak at saan niyo po binili yung mga computer system ninyo? Yung mga computers ninyo na lang. Sige. Saan po nanggaling yung mga computers ninyo? Ano po mga brand?
Saan ba yung IT ng CICC dito ngayon?
Madam Chair, kaya ako tinatanong yan. Kasi hindi alam ni Yusek yung hidden links at saka yung watering hole technique. Watering hole technique, ito po yung technique na ginagamit ng mga hackers. What they do is they would infect computers at a supplier. Ibig sabihin, ini-infect po nilang computer, kunyari galing China, lalagyan po nila ng virus yan doon sa intended target nila. And they're waiting for the infected computers to be installed. Once it's installed, it creates like a slave. Naging slave ng computer. Doon po saan kumukontrol yung nagplanta ng virus. And gigawain po ito ng mga hackers from China. And let me tell you, sir, 2015, Russian operatives attacked Ukraine electric grid. 2017, North Korea launched a cyber attack against British National Service health centers, caused major disruption. Ang dami po mga years dito na nagkaroon po ng cyber attack against other countries being done by Russia, by North Korea, and by China. And ang sa akin po, how prepared are we for these possible attacks? And meron ho ba tayong mga ginagawa na para ma-prevent ito? Yung cyber attacks, especially now na may problema tayo sa China?
Your Honor, in my years of conducting investigation,
okay,
the infection of computers is done through botnets. So maybe it's similar to that because that's how we categorize it. Botnets po.
Ano po?
Botnets are implanted via payload into the network system.
No, sorry. Kasi I'll give you an example, sir. Kasi sabi niyo po, matagal na kayo sa law enforcement. Ano po? Yung pong, anong year ba to? There was this year where 730,000 American computers were infested by a virus called zombies. Okay? At China po may kagagawa nito. So, pwede kong mangyari sa atin to. Pag ginawa to, kaya po nilang gibain, sirain, yung mga operations natin sa power grid, other public utilities, hospital services, government offices, kasama na dyan po yung social services, even military installations. Marami pong maapektuhan kapag inatake po tayo. Nag-launch po ng cyber attack ang China against us. Kaya nga po, gusto ko malaman from now on, excuse me, Madam Chair, mag-ingat siguro tayo sa procurement na to make sure ito mga computers na binibili natin, dapat alamin natin yung source. Kasi meron nga po yung sinasabing ini-infect po from the source yung computer system. And then pagdating po dun sa intended target, then meron po silang ginagawa na magkakaroon po parang slave dun sa loob ng computer, and they can do whatever they want to do. Banking finance natin pwede ma-paralyze. And it happened already to other countries. Even advanced countries, more advanced countries than us. Sa Amerika, na-infiltrate nila. In fact, pati yung Sani corporations na-infiltrate nila. Aramco ng Saudi, na-infiltrate nila na corrupt nila yung mga data. Ito po ay mga countries na more advanced than us na infiltrate nila. Tayo pa kaya? So that's why I'm asking, how prepared are we?
Since I assumed office, there are two major things that I did. We developed a team composed of ComSci graduates in computer engineering to concentrate on application experts because it is absent in current structure. In the same manner that the digital forensics group have been given a new mission to concentrate on hardware exploits, which is also absent in our organization. These moves are created to preempt possible intrusions attacks in the future. We are still 2 weeks old in that aspect.
2 weeks old pa lamang po.
Yes, because it was never developed in the first place.
Okay, siguro it's about time na explore niyo po yan, mabilisin natin, madalain natin, na para pagdating sa time, pagdating ng time na sana huwag, prepared po tayo, kaya po natin makaunter kung ano man po yung balak sa atin ng other foreign countries that perceive us as their enemy, kaya po natin labanan o sanggain. Sa ngayon po mukhang vulnerable tayo. The way you've been answering my questions, mukhang kulang pa po tayo sa kaalaman, kulang pa po tayo sa teknolohiya para labanan itong posibleng paglo-launch ng cyber attack against us, halimbawa ng China, North Korea o Russia.
Yes, Your Honor, we acknowledge the lack of capability right now. That's why in the current procurement we're doing, we have changed all the descriptions to be compliant with these issues.
So what you just have said is scary. So ibig sabihin, vulnerable talaga tayo sa cyber attack.
We are
hackers. We are. Ooh. Okay.
That's why we are trying to increase our capability.
Our capability by giving more budget. So, Madam Chair, siguro talagang bigyan natin ng budget to at kailangan niyo po siguro mag-seminar pa sa mga iba't ibang bansa tulad ng Amerika, tulad yung sinasabi kong CIC sa CISA na makakatulong sa inyo kasi ito yung forefront pagdating po sa anti-cyber attack. Itong CISA po from within the Homeland Security. Baka gusto niyo po mag-seminar doon. Pwede po namin ma-arrange para maturuan kayo ng mga technique paano mag-counter ng mga cyber attacks.
Can I ask my deputy to talk about the efforts on training?
Okay, sige po. Training, sige po.
Before he does so, do you have an
yes po, ma'am. Good afternoon po, Senator. Actually, apart from the CICC, even the DICT has its Cybersecurity Bureau, and we have the tools and the hardwares also in order to get information of these cyber threats po. We have several po and we need enhancement, and that's why under the budget po also of the DICT, we are requesting po for the Cybersecurity Bureau in order to enhance this. Yung atake po kasi, yung cyber attack,
Bakit hindi kayo, they're under the DICT.
Yes.
So why don't you just work with them?
We are working po with them.
But the procurement of your security equipment is different from theirs.
Uh,
How much are you asking for that initiative?
Wait lang po.
Kasi sabi nga ni Senator Nancy, napansin niya 240 million na ang budget ng CICC. So magkano yung sa inyo? Baka naman pag pinagsama, malaki.
So under the Cybersecurity Bureau po, we have the National Computer Emergency Response Program.
Kasi po dati, Madam Chair, meron natang 400 million intelligence funds previous administration, pero mukhang napunta ata kung saan sa bulsa.
Oo nga eh.
Oo, mukhang nakurakot ata. But anyway, sana mabigyan talaga silang budget at yung budget na may bigay sa kanila magamit ng maayos. At ang gusto ko pa mangyari talaga, lahat ng mga computer ninyo, at ito po siguro i-advise niyo po sa lahat ng mga opisina ng gobyerno dahil kayo pong nasa forefront when it comes to cybersecurity, na siguraduhin yung bibilihan natin, pagkukunan natin ng computer system, yung sa bansa na hindi natin kaaway, na wala tayong issue. Dahil kung kukuha tayo sa bansa na meron tayong issue, then ng mga computer systems natin, yung gagamitin natin, we're very vulnerable to cyber attack. At sinabi na nga ni Sir, ng USEC ninyo, na we are very weak right now at madali tayong ma-cyber attack. Di ba?
So magkano nga yung ano ninyo? Equipment?
For the renewal of the...
Siguro.
Ito additional na. Total na. The total po is 661 million. Discomposed po of different systems. For example, the renewal of the cyber range platform, the enhancement of the web information gathering system.
Okay, this is part of your budget now. So this is separate pa from theirs?
It's separate po.
Akala ko you'll be working together.
The Cybersecurity Bureau po kasi has a different mandate than the...
What's the difference?
The CICC. The Cybersecurity Bureau po, we have 3 offices po here. The first is the National Computer Emergency Response. So this is a combination of tools and systems that gather information so that we give it to the CICC for investigation. We analyze the information gathered by the tools. And we conduct also the trainings, the vulnerability test for other agencies so that we can ensure that those systems from other agencies are secured enough to repel this cyber attacks.
Okay, so let's say a government agency or office is hacked. Their system is hacked. Who do they go to? You or them?
As to the hacking po, we have the tools to get the information as to the hacking. But as to the investigation part, it goes to the CICC.
Okay. When you get the information, can you restore the...
It varies po. It depends on the attack. If the attack is already is a usual attack, kunyari napag-aralan na, we have systems para i-repel ito. But if the attacks are new, yung mga hindi pa napapag-aralan bago, we can get the information based on the data or the analytics kung ito ba ay mukha ba itong ginagawa na ng mga cyber criminals. Ito, pag nakuha namin yung information na to, we analyze it and we submit it to the CICC
for them to investigate. How many people in your department?
How many people? We have 3 divisions, around 30 people.
Okay, Senator Tulfo, sir.
Yes. Paano kung nag-launch ng cyber attack against our power grid? Yan po ba na paghandaan nyo?
Under our, we have this system po kasi the National Security Operation Centers.
Direct to the point na lang po. Napaghandaan nyo po ba?
Meron po kasi kami Security Operation Center. Right now po, 10 pa lang po na government agencies ang nakakonect dyan.
Oo,
and we
lang.
endeavor po for this administration.
So lang po dapat makonect para
as much as possible po, kung kaya po lahat, better. Especially those critical information infrastructure po. May connect po namin para alam namin kung may mga atake na dumadating. As in, madedetermine po na.
So ngayon, what you're saying, Madam Chair, is vulnerable tayo talaga sa pwedeng mag-launch ng cyber attack against our power grid.
Yes po. We note po that, and that's why we are doing this effort po para i-end.
So halimbawa gusto ng China, bukas sabi nila, gusto namin atakehin yung power grid ng Pilipinas kasi medyo makulit, matigas sa ulo. Isang pindot lang, yari tayo. Brown out tayong lahat. Pwede na tayong lusubin.
To be fair po to the previous administration, we have this National Cybersecurity Plan until 2022. It has the framework po. It has all the information and the knowledge na dinidisseminate natin sa mga tao. Because po, ang
At alam niyo ba, bukod sa power grid, kaya din nilang atakihin yung banking and finance natin? Yung mga banking institution, financial institution?
Yes po, sir.
Yung ating mga social services, mga hospital, kaya nilang atakihin yan?
Naintindihan ko po yan, Mr.
Bagay po yung ating transportation, nandiyan na po yung ating airport.
But remember po, ito po ay isang sangay lamang po ng ating cybersecurity. Even yung mga ating financial institution, they have their own. They have their own. So, kumbaga, we coordinate. Pag nakuha namin yung best information, we analyze those information on how we can repel or how we can remedy the problem.
Okay, have you already received any threats, reports of threat to our national security through cyber hacking or?
Yes po, there are reports po, there are incidents na po. I'll get lang po
Okay, while you wanted to add something.
Yes, Your Honor. Just directly to answer your question, the CICC is more responsible for the coordination for law enforcement and prosecution, while the DICT is more on the framework and the technical. The Bureau is, or the DICT is in charge of creating the cybersecurity plan for the whole country, for the tools as mentioned by Yusek Paul, while the CICC handles the law enforcement because the DICT has no enforcement arm, Your Honor.
Nakataya po kayo sa NBI and PNP, tama?
That's the role of the CICC, Your Honor, to coordinate all these law enforcement
subpoena
agencies.
power? Do you have subpoena
No, we
power?
don't have subpoena power.
But you coordinate with the NBI?
We coordinate with all the LEAs and the Department of Justice, as well as internationally with the Interpol and all other agencies abroad with regards to cybercrime. Because when there's an attack, therefore there's a malicious intent, therefore that's a crime that's under CICC.
Okay. So, kaya pala wala sila masyadong technical equipment kasi they're the investigating arm for prosecutorial purposes.
May I, Madam Chair, if you will allow me, with regards to the capabilities of the CICC in terms of mandate, our mandate is to coordinate generally because that is what is lacking in all the layers. It becomes silos because they have specialization in each, right? The NBI investigates whether cyber or not. The police enforces whether cyber or not. The DOJ dispenses the law whether cyber or not. But the one that does everything, coordinates everything for the government is the CICC. So we can open the ticket if the insert opens a ticket that there's an attack and gives it to us, which is what the ICT does. They coordinate with us. We're the ones who go to the different layers and gets their specific specialization and completes everything so that there is justice to be dispensed, whether locally or internationally.
Pero ang nakatakot po yung sa foreign, yung sa domestic hindi masyado. Yung foreign attacks, dapat mag-ingat po tayo. Yun yung talaga siguro pag-ingatan natin mabuti. Ano po? And then, alam niyo ba, like in the US in 2016, nagkaroon ng interference sa election sa US dahil gumamit po ng cyber attack yung China. Yung pagkalat ng mga false information dissemination. That's part of the cyber attack that's being done by China up to now. So, how safe are we on that matter?
Madam Chair, if you will allow us, the CICC has already started coordinating with the CISA and they have opened up all their courses. In fact, the Philippines has the most number of IT, OT trained in government, which means to say, when they asked for representatives from the Philippines to be trained, we gave them 1,800 Philippine government officials. So our initiatives in training the government is very expansive. In terms of 320 agencies, we have been training them to set up their own SOCs to be able to be attached to the DICT. So we don't, we don't want to the cyber criminals to second guess us. We don't say that in public, but I think it's important for you to know that we've started.
Don't get me wrong, wala akong problema sa budget. In fact,
Yes, sir.
ako nga po ay magsasuggest pa na bigyan kayo ng maayos na budget. Taasan pa yung budget ninyo.
Yes, kailangan.
Okay? Yun po ang gusto ko rito na para maproteksyonan po yung ating cyberspace against cyber attack. Yun po yung point ko rito. Hindi ko kayo ginigrill para bawasan po yung budget nyo. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you. I'm for you. Para magtulungan po tayo para sa kabutihan po ng sambayan ng Pilipino, para sa ating seguridad. National security po issue ito. So we have to be one with each other in making sure na hindi na po tayo vulnerable dito sa cyber attack. Natakot po ako nung sinabi po na inyong Yusek na vulnerable tayo sa cyber attack. At saka ganun din sinabi ni Mr. Yusek Mercado, which naintindihan ko, siguro kulang tayo sa budget. Kaya kailangan talaga asan na po yung budget ninyo?
Yes, sir.
Kailangan siguro yung mga training sa ibang bansa para maging updated tayo sa mga bagong teknolohiya to prevent cyber attacks. Alam niyo po yung sinasabi pang cyber ransom?
Yes, sir.
Aware kayo doon?
Sir, when it comes to ransom, I think ransomware. When it comes to ransomware, the Philippines is not generally a target, but I think we have to drive towards the idea that there are 10 million government officials. Everybody has to be culpable. We have to stop using the word awareness kasi wala pong responsibility doon. And we have to train 10 million government officials kasi yan po yung attack vector landscape po natin.
Tama po kayo, cyber ransomware.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yung hacker po niyan ay yung tinatawag na WannaCry. W-A-N-N-A cry. Yan po yung magaling na hacker. In fact, meron po yan from North Korea. They launched a cyber attack against British National Health Service. So, sabi ko kanina, kung nagagawa po nila itong mga hacker sa iba't ibang bansa na mas advance sa atin yung technology at mas maraming pera, mas malaki ang budget, so much more sa atin. Kaya paawa-awa po talaga ang sitwasyon natin. Dapat po talaga magdagdagan kayo ng budget. It's very unfortunate ng previous administration na sana makabili pa kayo ng magagandang mga computer system. Kinurakot pa yung 400 million. Balita ko, kinurakot po ata. So siguro pwede mo panghabulin yung kung sino man yung mga rakot ng perang yon, dapat managot. Diba? Pera po sana ninyo, pambili ng mga kagamitan nyo. Tumatawag kilala nyo kung sino yun, kumarakot ng pera nyo. Ako, alam ko kung sino yun. Pero, hindi ko na sasabihin. Pero pag pipilitin mo, sasabihin ko rin. Pag pipilitin mo ako. Ayaw mo? Okay, sige. Hindi ko na sasabihin kasi ayaw mo akong pilitin eh. Anyway, kailangan po talaga na pag-aralan po natin kung paano tayo ma-prevent natin yung cyber attack, especially doon sa ating power grid, sir. Very important po yan. Kausap ko lang po yung NGCP kasi po ako ay ang chairman ng Committee on Energy. Tinanong ko nga siya dahil 40% po ata ay pag-aari ng China or Chinese government. Yung partnership with Chinese government or Chinese investors. Tinanong ko siya kung meron bang mga Chinese employees sila na nandun po sa mismong control area, doon mismo sa facilities. Wala naman daw. Ina-assure niya ako kami na imposible na yung NGCP magagamit ng China against cyber attack sa atin. Sabi ko sana, hindi nga. Pero again, going back sa computer system, sabi nga ni Senator Nancy, nababago yung ating procurement provision na dapat. Kasi kung akong tatanungin, sana, kung pwede, I don't know, kung kinakailangan ito, gagawin natin ng legislation, Senator Nancy, pwede. Ilas muna tayo, bumili ng computer system sa isang bansa na yung bansa na yun, they perceive us as their enemy.
Or siguro, Senator Tulfo, baka anything technology related. Baka pwedeng ganun yung... Diba?
Siguro, anything. Especially computer. Kasi nga sinasabi ko yung watering hole na in-infect po yung computer system or the intended target. Halimbawa, example na lang, o bibili ang DICT, maganda, nagbidding, mura, yung computer sa China. O, ito pala, pupunta sa Pilipinas. Okay, magbibig sila ng sobrang mura, halos giveaway na lang, para sila mananaw sa bid. And then wag ka, paplanta nila mga virus yan, mga zombies. Dating dito sa Pilipinas, kampante na tayo, after ilang linggo, ayun na.
With your permission, Senator Tulfo, dun sa kinakwento yung example, meron, hindi ko alam kung DICT ba yung in charge, na lahat ng delivery to all government agencies, for example, ng computer, hindi ba dapat nagra-random inspection kayo para makita kung meron bang siningit na whatever dun sa loob ng computer?
Wala.
May ganun ba tayong protocol when it comes to procurement?
Madam Chair, Senator Tulfo, Senator Binay. As for centralized delivery of laptops, computers, wala. It's part of the common use supplies and equipment na the government agencies can purchase sa DBM procurement service.
Pero yung, kunwari, naka-order na si PFDBM, hindi ba dapat bahagi kayo dun sa nag-i-inspect dun sa delivery para makita kung baka may mga siningit silang dun sa loob ng computer na yon na at any given time pwedeng i-activate nila kung ano man yung nilagay nila dun sa loob.
Sinasabi ko, Senator Nancy. Isa pa, makasingit pa muna, Senator Nancy. Is it true na sa loob mismo ng Camp Aguinaldo, meron daw pong tower na itinayo doon yung dito na it's a Chinese company? Have you monitored that? Meron ba mismo sa loob ng Camp Aguinaldo?
Actually, siguro, Senator Tulfo, just to share, hindi lang yan sa Camp Aguinaldo. In fact, even in the other camps, meron silang permission to construct.
Then we're not safe.
Diba?
We're safe.
Pero si Commissioner Cordova would know. Kasi
So you know what I'm talking about, sir? Yung sa Aguinaldo, yung tower ng dito, na alam naman natin, malaking porsyento na nagmamayari ang mga Chinese investors. Bakit ito pinayagan to? Di ba dapat nagtatanong muna sa inyo? Kumukuha muna ng permit sa inyo? Bakit niyo pa napayagan na bigyan ng permit?
Actually, Senator Tulfo, I think it's by agreement po with the Armed Forces of the Philippines because they have the jurisdiction inside the camp po.
Even with the agreement of the AFP, but you can also give advice. You can also go up as far as Malacanang and talk to the President. Say, Mr. President, it's not safe. We would advise that na military installation, maglalagay tayo ng tower dyan na pag-aari ng China na pwede mag-spy sa atin at any time. So malalaman nilang galaw ng ating military. Kaya pala, ang kampante yung China na gumalagala dyan sa West Philippine Sea kasi monitor nila ang galaw ng ating mga military. Maaari siguro nagagamit na yung tower dyan na nakalagay sa loob ng Camp Aguinaldo. Tapos may military installation. Diba?
That's possible po, Your Honors. I think we already took it up po before with the National Security Council, and the National Security Council po ang nag-audit po niyan.
Okay.
I would have to check po yung audit ng National Security Council before, Your Honor.
Pero again, gentlemen, ladies, well po ako na bubuhin po ng budget ninyo. Kung magkano yung hilingin nyo, susuportan ko po yan, baka dagdagan pa. Kasi matatakot po ako. I fear for my country, I fear for my people, I fear for my family. Na one of these days, pagising natin, iba nang namaganda sa Pilipinas. That's possible. I'm not scaring people here. That's possible. Na mag-create sila ng chaos to cyber attack in countries that perceive us as enemy. Especially now, lumalala yung sitwasyon natin sa West China, sa West Philippine Sea. Yun naman po. Sige po, kung susuporta po ako sa inyo, ako po ay maging masugin yung taga-suporta para madagdagan po yung inyong budget. At yun nga lang po, nakakalungkot yung budget na before na sana po para sa
confidential budget ata yun or Intel budget na pambiling sana ng kagamitan and all. Ikinurakot lamang po. 400 million ata yun, tama? Habulin niyo po. Habulin niyo at mag-file po kayo ng kaso sa Ombudsman against those people responsible. Salamat po. Madam Chair, maraming salamat po. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, for your insights. Really, cybersecurity is our concern now. Aside from the subscribers of course, the NTC, ano na po yung hotline nyo ngayon?
Ma'am, it's ano po, 892-67722.
Hindi ba pwedeng i-clean yan?
Actually, ma'am, we're already fixing that. But what we did po was we issued an advisory. It's through email po, ma'am, because kailangan po namin ng screenshot noon pong nire-report and yung pong identity ng nagre-report. So we already issued an information drive on that.
No,
on that.
I think you have to coordinate with the telcos to get a shorter number.
Yes,
you
ma'am,
can
we'll
do that, di ba? Yung,
Yes, ma'am. This is a
kasi ganito yan, pag tumawag sa inyo, sasabihin ninyo, ito yung email, ipadala nyo dito. But they have to be able to reach you immediately. And kung meron kayong hotline, pwedeng ipadala imbes na email through other apps, Viber, o kaya through regular SMS na di ba?
Yes. Actually po, can I add, Your Honor?
Yes, sure.
We're already coordinating for 1682, Your Honor po.
Ano?
1682.
1682.
Opo, pero hindi pa po natapos po ng coordination with the telcos.
Ang hina mo naman sa telco?
Kasi po we're making sure po na okay po siya and nag-work, so we have to test it. But in the meantime po, we issued already press releases and information drive po for the email po. Yun po kasi ready na po siya agad.
Okay. Siguro pwedeng bawasan yung budget ng NTC, bigay na lang sa iba. Yes, ma'am. You are raising your hands? No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, I would like to request, Your Honor, if I may continue with my presentation, because the DICT has 6 mandates and connectivity and cybersecurity is just 2 of them. And we have 4 other mandates, Your Honor. If
ano yung mga mandate na yan?
Policy and planning. One of our major directions is really to create a data-driven governance. That's why we have created data centers. The second, which is close to my heart, is ICT industry development, the creation of jobs, which is very important because during the pandemic, it was the ICT industry, including the gig economy, that really carried the whole country. The next is countryside development. Thank you to the 18th and the 19th Congress for creating the DICT. This is the department that really reaches out down to the provinces and the cities.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Certainly, those are very important. But can you make it short?
Yeah.
Let's start now. Do you have a presentation?
I will be continuing with my presentation, Your Honor. And in order to cut short the presentation, I will no longer discuss the accomplishments, but I will go direct to the targets. Okay. So our targets for developing a data-driven governance, this is one of the key direction of our new team at the DICT. It's really to create a framework where systems in government are interoperable and seamless and citizen-centric, because the Secretary sees that most of our data systems are really government-centric but not citizen-centric. So data center, Madam Chair, may I ask the USEC in charge for data center? We currently have 4 active government data center, which houses 102 government agencies for their cloud hosting services.
It's cloud hosting. So let's say COMELEC, yung information ng mga voters, ganyan, nandito yan sa data center na yon?
Yes, Your Honor. And
what government agencies are you housing now in the data centers?
Madam Chair, actually we have 100 plus agencies hosting the GovCloud and 26 agencies co-located with our data center facilities. I'm not comfortable in sharing which agencies are these because they for privacy and security purposes, Madam Chair. But
Hindi naman kukunin yung information na sino lang yung naka-house ninyo.
okay. Yes, actually, one major project is the PhilSys.
Ano?
PhilSys.
Ano?
PhilSys,
National
BIR,
ID, okay.
Di ba, Madam Chairman, hindi ba dapat gawin ng eventually mandatory na all data should be centralized to DICT?
Your Honor, if I may I request our Secretary, Ivan Uy, to explain because that is his plan to fully create an e-government system. Secretary.
Secretary is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, the DICT would need to consolidate many of the islands of data and information that's residing in all the different systems across the government bureaucracy po. Currently, because of the situation where each department in the past were involved only in developing their ICT systems within their silos, they had a free hand in designing the systems, and this type of implementation resulted in dysfunctional data management. So we need to provide a systematic data governance policy where the entire government follows world data standards in terms of format, in terms of harmonization, in terms of interoperability. And in order to make them interoperable, these data have to be shared seamlessly across all the different departments po. And that's where the data centers would come in.
Madam Chair. Sec Uy, so eventually, DICT would play a major part when it comes in sa digitalization of government. Because in fact, dun sa DBM presentation, talagang part of the major programs yung digitalization. But in the previous government, parang hindi man lang kinoconsult yung DICT pagdating dun sa ano ba yun, yung mga when it comes to technology development dun sa agency na yon na in fact, di ba yung nagkagulo-gulo pa dun sa Stay Safe na parang yung DICT parang may sarili, yung ganitong, yung DOH may sarili din niya. But ngayon ho ba talagang DICT would exert, kumbaga flex their muscles na dapat talagang kayo yung lead agency when it comes to technology na kung may bibiling software ang isang ahensya, dapat with consent and approval from the ICT.
Madam Chair, with your permission.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, correct po, Senator Binay. That really is the mandate of DICT, precisely why the DICT was created. So that empowers the DICT with all these mandates to consolidate the ICT programs and digitalization effort of the entire government, as well as empower by building up capacity with respect to our workforce and our industries. And on top of that, of course, as was extensively discussed on cybersecurity po. So we have many e-governance projects that are online, and as everyone has heard during the first SONA of the president, digitalization will happen, and it will have to be implemented all throughout the government agencies. What has happened in the past, where there has been disparate implementation and this coordinated implementation of all the different ICT projects should not happen anymore. The DICT will take a very, very active and proactive role in ensuring that government works as a team and that information is shared all throughout to minimize all these red tape and all this disconnect where we often see that the government's left hand is not talking to its right hand.
And siguro sa do you think there's a need to include a special provision na dapat anything to do with digitalization, dapat may consent or approval coming from the ICT?
Yes, ma'am. There are two areas actually that the DICT can do. One is that all the information system strategic plans of all the different government agencies are supposed to have been approved by the ICT before they are given their budgets. However, the DICT in the past has been remiss in delivering this on time, no, the approval of all these ISSPs for one reason or another. So we are building up that capacity within the agency to be able to thoroughly review all these information system strategic plan to make sure that they jive with our minimum data standards, our minimum cybersecurity standards, and procurement standards. So something like outsourcing the procurement to DBMPS for, let's say, laptops of the DepEd should be thoroughly reviewed by the ICT in terms of its technical specifications vis-a-vis the intended output of those equipment or those systems.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. To continue the response with regards to data centers as well as expanding and improving digital infrastructure, Your Honor, the targets of the DICT for this year and 2023 is to continue to maintain and operate the DICT's Network Operation Center, Government Data Center, 1,882 GovNet sites, emergency operations, and other emergency telecommunications. And to expound further, Your Honor, we have on Zoom our Undersecretary for E-Governance, Mr. David Almirol, to continue to explain the point that that we are trying to pursue in creating a whole of nation approach to e-governance, Your Honor. If we may recognize Undersecretary David Almirol.
Okay, Yusek Almerol.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to our honorable senators. Yes, part of our effort, Madam Chair, is to not only to unify but integrate. Ang naging problema po kasi in the past is everyone is trying to build the same thing. Yun po yung isang pinaka-problema po, no? Number two po is, imagine po every agency may kanya-kanyang data center, may kanya-kanyang contractor, may kanya-kanyang cloud services. So ang nangyayari po ay nagiging Frankenstein po yung ating effort sa digital transformation. Part po ng effort po ng under the e-governance po sa DICT is not only to unify but to integrate para po makatipid po tayo. Ang nangyayari ho kasi ay kanya-kanya po kasi ng request ng budget din minsan sa data center, kaya meron pong kanya-kanya po sila ng data center. Kaya kalat-kalat din po yung storage natin, pati yung information. So imagine po na may kanya-kanyang data ang every agency, pero kung titingnan nyo po yung situation, po pwede naman pong iisa o kaya po dadalawa para yung isa po ay para sa backup siguro, yung isa po yung ating pinaka-main na data center, then yung pangalawa pong data center, yun po yung backup natin. So part po ng effort po na pinag-aralan po namin with the help of SecIBAN is to maximize the actually the mandate po ng DICT po talaga is not only to integrate, to implement and to maintain, but also to unify the data centers po dito sa Pilipinas. So yun po yung isa po na pwede ho natin pong pag-aralan din po. And yun nga po, no, part din po ng integration dapat yung meron tayong foundation. Kasi kung everyone is trying to do everything, everyone is shouting, maingay, I think it's better po that allow the ICT to shout and maybe the other agencies also now will listen para po mas maayos po yung mga magiging project natin. Seamless po long term, hindi lang po pang mabilisan or parang puro short term po yung ginagawa ko natin.
Madam Chair, how secure naman yung data centers natin considering na laging kulang kayo sa budget?
May mga effort po ngayon. Dalawang klase po kasing security. Yung po yung nabanggit po ni Yusek Paul kanina. Of course, we have the CIC at meron din pong cybersecurity po na separate ang DICT. Meron tayong tinatawag po kasi na infrastructure or hardware level. Ito po yung ini-install natin na mga hardware natin to protect in terms of cyber attacks. Yung pangalawa ko dito po na pwedeng gawin sa e-governance ay yung tinatawag na application layer. Ibig sabihin po nito, every website na meron tayo or every mobile app na meron tayo, every integration na meron tayo, pwede ho tayong maglagay din po doon ng tinatawag na mga listeners or parang gwardya. Para sa ganon, kahit hindi pa nangyayari yung attack or sinusubukan pa lang na ina-attack yung mga website natin, database natin, dapat natitimbrehan na ho tayo. Ang pinaka-problema po kasi in the past sa Pilipinas ay nagiging reactive lang tayo. Kumbaga sakala ho tayo gumagalaw kapag nandyan na po. Kumbaga na-atake na ho tayo. Maganda ho sana na under the e-governance, lahat po ng mga technology natin ay hindi lang po basta gawa ng system or website or mobile app or mga iba-ibang klaseng mga solution. Pero dapat naka-embed na po dyan yung data privacy saka cybersecurity. So, hindi kasi pwede pong mag-build ng isang technology na kalimutan mo yung data privacy sa cybersecurity. Dapat po sabay yan. Kaya po under the...
So, you said nga, do we have sufficient funds for that? Kasi napansin ko yung, I think NPC, zero yung capital outlay nyo. So, paano kayo bibili ng gamit for that kung wala nga kayong capital outlay?
Ayun nga po yung problema po, Madam Senator, kasi po ngayon po sariling sikap po ang DICT. In fact, nung pong chinek ko din po yung ating capacity, yung ating research and development capacity. Kasama po dyan yung cybersecurity. Kulang na kulang ho tayo sa tao. Ang isa pa ho na problema, aside sa budget po, ay medyo sobrang baba po ang sweldo po ng mga IT ho natin sa DICT. Kaya ho, wala pong nag-i-stay, walang sustainability. Kaya po sana with your help, baka po naman matulungan nyo kami on how to expand not only sa budget, pati po sa upskilling which is under kay Yusek Yusel para po talagang excited naman po yung mga IT expert natin na mamalagi naman po sa DICT para may sustainability. Yun po, kulang po talaga po sa budget, Madam Senator.
Madam Chair, yun lang din. Same observation as the budget of MTRCB. Dito din sa DICT, may mga zero yung capital outlay. So, di ba, parang kunyari, mid-year, makakita tayo ng funds. Kaso lang, since zero nga yung capital outlay nyo, hindi rin natin pwedeng i-augment. So, baka, there's a need to put, hindi naman siguro ganun kalakihan na amount, pero wag lang naman din siguro zero. Yun lang po.
Siguro we'll go na to the next.
Thank you.
What's the next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, that was for expanding and improving digital infrastructure, and I mentioned, and it's also in the slide, the different ICT infrastructure and facilities that are being managed by the DICT. So, we also intend to complete by next year the National Emergency Communications Plan, the DICT-wide Public Service Continuity Plan, and establish the Emergency Alert and Warning Messaging System and the Early Warning and Broadcasting System for purposes of government emergency communication system.
Meron na yun? Tinetext tayo? Hindi pa ba yun?
The Early Warning Broadcasting System.
Ano naman yun?
Asik Philip?
Thank you, Yusek. Madam Chair, the early warning broadcasting system is an added feature to our digital TV. This technology provides an alarm to our television sets whenever there is an impending emergency. The Office of Civil
And
Defense.
how can you do that? Does it entail cost, or you just tell the networks? Or
there's a protocol which have been actually I think agreed upon by the NDRRMC through the Office of Civil Defense, Your Honor.
Okay.
In terms of calamity and emergency situation, Madam Chair, as of June, we were also able to hand over 6 GECs or Government Emergency Communication System mobile operations vehicles for emergency movers in the cities of Davao, Metro Manila, Dao, Batangas, Tacloban, and Butuan. And we want to increase our numbers, Madam Chair. In the case of
Before you continue, no, with regards to that emergency vehicles, I know I have that here. Parang you're not able to utilize all of them because may mga problems pa for permits. How many did you say you have? 6? Pag may calamities, di ba?
As of June, Your Honor, yes.
So what happened? But some of the equipment cannot be utilized due to lack of permit to operate and inadequate training. And there was a delay in the delivery of some of this. So explain to us, anong nangyari? Magandang project, pero daming na-flag ng COA, not to mention that you actually plan to procure more. So I understand that there are 6 Jack's move sets with the intent to procure at least 3 more. This time, how are you going to ensure proper procurement? And out of the 6, how many are actually operational?
To answer you, Madam Chair, as to the every Jex move sets po naman are operational. The problem is the registration of the vehicles. I think isa yun sa nung nag-start kami pumasok dito sa DICT, nakita agad namin yung problem with the procurement of the Jex move set. As of now, po ma'am, hindi pa po siya na-register sa LTO.
Ano bang kapabayaan yan? How many, I'm not saying it's your fault ha, because bago lang kayo, but, ha?
Madam Chair, gaano complicated ba yung magparehistro ng sasakyan? Di ba usually nga pag lumalabas yan, parang okay na?
And, yung naging problem po kasi dito, yung Jex movesets were procured through the World Food Program. Outside the country, pinrocure ito eh. Kasi there are certain technical specification which yung sasabi is hindi daw kaya ng Philippine market. Yeah, that's correct, right? Diba? So, yun yung naging problem. Now, nung tinransfer, nung dinala yung Jex moveset here in the Philippines, nagkaroon ng problem when it comes to customs in paying the dues. And because hindi pa nababayaran yung dues na yun, doon nagkakaroon ng problem with the registration with the LTO. And nung
Sino magbabayad ng dues? Dapat DICT.
Yun po yung
magkano yung dues na, well, hindi pa rin yan. Alam mo, yung utilization rate ninyo medyo mababa eh. Pero, so bakit?
And ako, Madam Chair, ang concern ko dyan, apparently parang ano ba to? Grant ba tawag doon? Yung technically we got
donation
from World.
Ano po, it's our own fund po. Based po dun sa naging pagsasaliksik namin about this.
Bakit napasok si World Food Program?
Inilipat po kasi sila daw po yung may capability at may to procure yung technical specification na kailangan
So
for
naging
that.
procuring agent yung si World Food Program?
Naging procuring.
Marami silang tie-up na ganyan. Meron din sila sa UNDP para dun sa free wifi. Pero supposedly UNDP is not also able to deliver. Anyway, okay. So, how do you plan to fix this? Sino magbabayad sa customs?
As to dun po sa problem with the customs dues, we are studying po the possibility na mag-allot po yung DICT ng fund for that para lang at least ma-register na natin sa LTO itong first 6 Jex Move project. As to the next 3 projects, since the funds, may funds na po kay World Food Program, baka po ituloy na natin dun yung next 3. But the remaining, and based on dun sa kausap ko sila Asik Philip about this, meron na daw po na kayang mag-provide ng ganitong specifications here in the Philippines. And ang goal po namin is kami na po as the DICT, kami na po yung mismo magpo-procure nitong mga remaining Jex Move.
At pakita mo nga sa akin, ano pa itsura nitong Jex Move? Sasakyan ba to? Ano ba to?
Ito po. Bali po yung Jex Move, it's a set. Meron kang isang 4x4 na may nakalagay dong satellites. Tapos sa loob meron pong motor din itong kasama. I think pati ang tawag doon? Drone and a van. Yung purpose po kasi nito is pag may disaster, aside from yung pakain, yung food, number one ano po is communication also. So maganda naman po talaga yung
So magkakasignal.
Magkakaroon po ng
So parang portable satellite.
Yes po.
So parang SpaceX rin.
Na nasa iba.
Para po sa SpaceX.
Pero yung SpaceX nagkakaroon ng problema, di ba? Supposedly they're not able to deliver on their supposed capability to connect. Di ba sa US, parang the US government stopped negotiations with SpaceX. Am I correct?
Classic Philip po.
Are we working with SpaceX?
Yes po. Ang intindi ko po, Madam Chairman, yun lang kasi there was a request from SpaceX to the US government, no, for some subsidy. Yun ho atang nagiging problema.
Ano? There's a request for what? Bibigyan from the US.
Yeah, from the US government.
Oo.
Ngayon yung pong ang intindi po rin namin, yun pong availability ng kanilang signal dito sa Philippines will be next year po. Parang meron silang plano kasi before na this year sana, pero hindi po ata matutuloy next year po.
Okay, so the Jex move sounds necessary. Nasa budget naman ninyo to, di ba? Okay, let's move on to the... Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized. She's present online. Go ahead, ma'am. What's next?
Thank you, Your Honor. So in terms of bringing the government closer to the people, as of June 2020, the DICT maintains or continues to maintain the operation of GovPH, Business GovPH, Data Bank Business GovPH, and we also provided continuous enhancement to various governance systems such as VaxCert, Tower Watch Portal, and the Philippine Startup Innovations Portal. Our target, Your Honor, in 2023 is to continue to maintain operations of these national portals to promote and also to promote the use and portals and systems that we have developed. We will train 12 agencies next year on how to upload content in the Open Data PH portal, integrate 60 additional local government units and national government agencies to the Philippine Business Hub, and link 20 more LGUs to the Philippine Business Data Bank, and integrate 2 additional agency systems. In terms of e-government systems development, to sustain our efforts against the COVID-19 pandemic, we will be continuing our efforts in maintaining and streamlining our vaccination database. The Vaccine Information Management System, or VIMS, was developed and is being implemented in line with RA 11525. Our targets for next year, Your Honor, is we aim to develop and implement the following e-government systems and solutions: e-government for local government units, the e-government for digital payments, the sectoral systems and solutions planning and evaluation and monitoring for all ISSPs, government-to-citizen systems, government-to-government systems and solutions, and internal systems for government-wide use. We also intend to conduct user workshops and roadshows for e-government and implement activities and establish an e-government portfolio database and analytics throughout the country.
How many LGUs are now using your systems to process permits, licenses, etc.?
May I refer this to
May I answer that?
Yusek David, our eGov Undersecretary.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. David.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
How many?
Chair, currently, marami pong nag-subscribe. We have around 905 LGUs. But this is focused more on the business permit and licensing system. Right now po ay nasa 500 plus na po yung live na gumagamit nito. At ang plano po ay ma-enhance pa ho itong bagong system na ito. Kasi po, business permit pa lang ho ito. Hindi pa ho
So kunwari nag-subscribe yung isang LGU, kayo yung nagkahawak ng cloud information nila. Ganun ba? What service exactly do you provide them?
And Madam Chair, nagbabayad ba si LGU sa DIC?
Oo.
Wala pong bayad po, Madam
So,
Senator.
anong service? Paano?
So,
Give me an example.
once na nag-subscribe po sila, Madam Chair, kami po yung mag-train at mag-install at magkakaroon po ng workshop po gamit po ng IPBLS. Kami po yung bahala po dun sa cloud services, Madam Chair. So, ang gagawin na lang po ng LGU, gagamit na lang po sila.
Kunwari, San Juan, nag-subscribe sa inyo, so tuturuan nyo sila para kung meron mag-a-apply online for business permit, yung kanilang infrastructure, maayos na. Pati yung application, user-friendly, ganyan.
Yes, Madam Chair. Kompleto na po siya, Madam Chair. So, ang gagawin na lang po ng LGU ay gagamitin na lang po at siya na po ang bahala mag-promote sa kanyang nasasakupan. Ganun na lang po yung gagawin po niya, Madam Chair.
So what you provide is technical expertise.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And the
Including
software.
the
And the software.
Okay. That's good. That's interesting to know. Very, very promising, kung 905 and then about 500 are already now in active participation. So, all right, that's good news.
To add also, Madam Chair, just to give a little bit of excitement also on the effort po ng e-government ay hindi lang po to BPLS. Ang problema po kasi sa BPLS, isa lang po ito sa 15 na major transactions ng isang LGU. May bago ho ngayon, ang pangalan po ng bagong ila-launch natin before the end of the year, ito po yung tinatawag na ILGU. Ang ibig sabihin ng ILGU ay andito na po lahat. Kasama po yung business tax, real property tax, civil registry. Nandiyan na rin po, Madam Chair, yung mga iba-ibang permits, yung mga sanitary permit, construction permit, para po mapabilis po, Madam Chair, yung pag-issue ng permit. And ang goal po natin, Madam Chair, ay hindi mo na kinakailangan pumunta na ho sa City Hall or munisipyo para lang pumila doon at mag-print po ng business or yung mga permits mo. Kahit nasa bahay ka na, Madam Chair, pwede mo na pong i-print po doon.
So, Yusek Almerol, bago lang kayo sa DICT, ano?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Pero at least para naiintindihan mo yung trabaho mo. Ano po yung background ninyo?
Ako po ay full stack programmer, Madam Chair. So, ako po ay...
Salamat.
Opo.
Oo. So, actually, dapat isa sa malaking issue kasi ngayon yung underutilized funds ninyo. And I think the reason for that is the lack of foresight of maybe past leaderships. So, kasi this DICT naman was formed lang in 2015 eh. Medyo bago lang talaga yung DICT compared sa iba. Dati DOTC kasi. Now, my question is, you have, let's see how many, you have about 2,264 in your manpower, 639 presidential appointees and regular plantilla employees, 259 co-terminus, 40 consult, etc. Ilan po ang IT experts natin? DICT.
Madam Chair, on the R&D side, medyo sa ngayon po ay nasa 100 plus po. Pero karamihan po dito ay job order, Madam Chair. And sad to say po ay marami po nagre-resign for one single reason. Mababa po yung kanilang mga sweldo. Sad to say, Madam Chair, ginagamit po yata ng mga mga IT po na track record lang ang DICT at before na mag-abroad. So, yung sustainability po din, Madam Chair, ang naging problema. Kaya konti lang po yung natitira, Madam Chair, na expert natin ngayon.
Alam mo, you're handling valuable information and also guarding a system for security. If your employees are mostly temporary, casual, job orders, yung technology natin baka mag-leak din yan sa iba. So I really think the ones that are handling delicate systems and information should be permanent employees, di ba po? Nag-propose ba kayo na taasan yung budget for compensation of these o hindi?
Part po ng ask namin sana, Madam Chair. Under po kay Yusel po yung upscaling, Madam Chair.
Bawasan na lang ninyo yung sa NTC. Hindi yung sa hindi dun sa personal services nila, yung MOE na lang nila. Hindi, teka muna, yung Meron kayong sinking fund rin, di ba?
Actually, wala po. Everything that we
Nire-remit nyo pa
collect,
sa
we remit
lahat.
to the National Treasury. But actually, ma'am, a big part of the amount that we collect is the spectrum users fee. Ano po ito? Called SUF. It's, ano po, pwede pong hingin ng DICT for the free Wi-Fi project, ma'am. So last year, that's around 6.5 billion, Your Honors. This year po, mas mataas po siguro ang makokollect namin. Mga 7.5 to almost 8 po. So last year po, we collected for the SUF 6.5.
Marami palang nakokollect
Pero
yung...
kailangan specific lang to free wifi yan?
Yes, ma'am, it's by law po.
Oh, okay. Ayun naman pala, Madam Chair, pwede naman pala sila kumuha dun eh.
So bakit di kayo kumuha doon? DBM pa rin ang mag-a-apply.
Ano po yun, ma'am? Sayang because it's there. Kaya pwede po siyang gamitin. So, every year po tumataas po yun because the telcos are regularly paying, and dumadami po kasi yung equipment that they use, and yung, if I may show you later, yung capital expenditure nila tumataas and tumataas. Like for example, Globe last year spent 123 billion for capital expenditure. So, ano po yun? Gamit sila ng gamit ng mga equipment. So, nagmamahal po yung kanilang binabayad.
Your Honor.
You wanted to add something?
Yes, Madam Chair, regarding sa SUF, we have been proposing that the ICT be allowed to use it in other projects adjacent to free Wi-Fi, relevant to free Wi-Fi. Because right now we can only use it for free Wi-Fi connectivity.
How are we able to permit that? Who has authority to decide?
In the proposed special provision for
ano special provision in the budget?
In the budget, yes.
Sino kami?
We had a proposal before. Actually, it was adopted in 2020.
Kasi actually, you funneled in money to the PSDBM eh. In 2022, you had a transaction with PSDBM which needs further clarification. How much did you transfer to before I go there, no, naman PSDBM. Yusek David Almerol is the founder and CEO of Multisys and developer of Safe. Can you tell me about Multisys? What is this?
Multisys po I was the founder po, Madam Chair, and the CEO before. A month and a half ago po nag-resign na po ako as part of the compliance. Medyo matinding decision po.
Oo nga. Pero ano yung stay safe? Ano yung stay safe?
Ang stay safe po ay binil po yan ng Multisys at dinonate po yan. Actually po, isa ko yan sa dinodonate sa DICT before sa DOH. Kaya lang ho medyo pinagpasapasahan po yan dati. Kaya po ang nagtanggap po ng donation po ay CDILG po ang nagtanggap ng donation. Ang isang concern ho nila dati kaya nahirapan silang nahirapan silang tanggapin si Stay Safe as donation kasi libre po yan, Madam Chair. It's part of our, part din sa private sana na makatulong sana sa pandemic. Kaya lang nahirapan po kami, Madam Chair, na mag-donate that time, to be honest with you. Kaya
ayaw nila ng libre, gusto nila may bayad.
Well, I don't want to say bad word, Madam Chair, pero
say it. May immunity dito pag official proceedings. Anyway, we just have to make sure that there's no conflict of interest. Syempre, I understand the situation. The best people to lead a particular agency is somebody, a stakeholder also, somebody who understands the industry. That's why you're there. But I guess transactions should be transparent and above board para hindi kayo mapaghinalaan dahil nga meron din kayong sarili ninyong kampanya. But, I'm glad you decided to join public service. You just have to be careful kasi syempre there are others that are speculating, this and that. So, fair warning lang po. Okay, but I'm glad you're there. Yun lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, balikan ko lang yung fund because I think dun sa budget, nagkaroon nga ng special provision na wala ng cap. Nagamit niyo ba? Kasi baka yun na, babalik na naman tayo ulit dun sa utilization since you're not using the fund. So, hindi binibigay sa inyo.
Madam Chair, actually, we're using the fund for subscription ng free Wi-Fi program.
So magkano nakuha nyo from that, ilang billion yun, Commissioner?
For last year, ma'am, it was 6.5.
So out of the 6.5, magkano na yung nagamit nyo for this year?
For this year?
For 2020, it was 5.2. And for
2020. Kasi diba parang dun sa presentation nyo kanina, yung sa free Wi-Fi, 1.5 lang yung binigay sa inyo. Tama ba? And you requested for 11B. But with this fund, ang laki na yung ma-augment sa inyo pag ginamit nyo tong pondo na to.
Yes, Madam Chair. To answer your earlier question about kung magkano yung nagamit, out of the 6.5, yung nagamit for 2021 was I think 1 billion, around 1 billion, Madam Chair. 1,049 million.
Baba din, which means, Madam Chair, parang technically pwede pa kayo maging aggressive dun sa free Wi-Fi nyo kasi there's this 6 billion na fund na pwede nyo gamitin for free Wi-Fi. Na technically hindi siya part ng SAGAA or NEP. It's a totally separate account that you can have access to.
Your Honor.
We will, so who would you talk to? The DBM, no?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, before we can use the funds, we have to request sa DBM, Madam Chair.
Okay. If you were really very passionate about the free Wi-Fi, something that the secretary should be able to talk to the DBM about. So we'll talk to them. But with the indulgence of Senator Nancy, I just have a few questions here that I want to get rid of just to sign off on this budget. I'll be remiss if I don't ask this. Unang-una, in November 2021, an interagency probe was created to address the problem of smishing and other tax scams. Given your mandate in the CICC, lead investigation, ngayon lumalabla ang mga scams, wala pa rin nanilinig ang publiko sa mga nangyayari sa investigasyon nyo. Has there been any probe or progress, Yusek Ramos?
As we have earlier, ma'am, mentioned, we're asking for an executive session so that we can disclose fully what our findings.
Okay, we can do that. But how many have you investigated? How many?
6 syndicates.
16?
6 syndicates.
6 syndicates. Oh, sige, that would be an interesting topic. We would like to hear from you. And then, with the National Privacy Commission, how much is your budget for next year?
Our budget, Madam Chair, is 200 million.
200 million. Now, we always hear you're supposed to require the appointment of a data protection officer is required by law for LGUs, government agencies, and the private sector. And the DPOs must then register with the NPC. I suppose these are the ones that have access to our information. Like, let's say, Globe and Smart. If we approve this SIM Registration Act, they will have a repository of information. Now, are they required by law to register their DPOs to you?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, we just issued NPC Circular 22-01, which is the administrative fines of the National Privacy Commission, wherein an organization without a DPO can be fined by the National Privacy Commission.
Okay, that's good to know that everybody that handles privacy informations should have a DPO.
Madam Chair, anong fine nyo? What would be the fine? Kasi baka sa sobrang walang kakwenta-kwenta yung fine, parang okay lang sa kanila na
The
hindi
fine po, Madam Chair, is 0.05
25 to 3%.
of the gross annual income. Yes po. But under the law po kasi, sa Data Privacy Act, there's a cap of 5 million. So we follow the 5 million cap. Per
Sa
act.
government agency?
Yes po, Madam.
So, kunyari, for example, yung Senate, wala kaming ganyan, pwede rin kayo ma-fine?
Yes po. So, but subject to appreciation po. ng ang Senate meron ata. We'll check po. Wala. Ay wala daw.
Magandang maging programa din yun. You to send out notices to all government agencies na parang
actually-
hindi kayo compliant, ha?
Actually, Madam Chair, we send out notices, especially to LG, kasi medyo malabo, mahirap na compliance yung sa LGUs. So we also partnered with DILG, but every time kasi nang nag-change, every 3 years, pag nag-change yung mayor, for example, ulit na naman po. Ang hirap pong, opo.
Di ba siya plantilla position?
Usually kasi po, even in the private sector po, the DPO is just an add-on to, for example, usually,
You recommend na gawin na siyang parang ano?
a plantilla position in government would be mas maganda.
Baka maybe parang setup ng DOF, di ba? Sa LGU, sa kanila nanggagaling yung treasurer. Tama ba? Yung treasurer?
Agree
So
po.
baka something like that na parang hindi sila attached dun sa LGU but
Parang
attached to a national agency.
Attached to a national agency and plantilla na po sana yung position. Usually kasi ngayon, kung sino yung trusted ni mayor, siya yung
Ayun,
DPO.
hindi rin natin alam. Baka wala naman technical capability
Agree
din
po.
yung ina-appoint ni Mayor.
Dapat meron kayong guidelines who should be qualified to be a DPO. Dapat may NBI clearance, may technical know-how. Wala ba kayong gano'n?
Actually, we have advisories and guidelines, ma'am, regarding dun sa appointment ng DPO. And we also conduct trainings, ma'am, to different government agencies.
So when they register their DPOs, are they required to attend the seminar?
We have DPO ACE, Madam Chair.
And what?
We're in DPO ACE program wherein we train DPOs assigned by the corporation or government agency.
But they're not required to attend, right?
They are not required under the law.
Do they pay if they attend?
No, it's free po, Madam.
Okay, that's good. Wait,
Madam Chair, hindi pala tayo compliant.
Wala nga daw. Wala daw po. Upon checking, wala daw pang Senate.
so there has to be some problem with your notices. You have to be visible. You have to give enough time, like 30 days from now and then 10 days from now and gano'n.
Yes po, Madam Chair. Actually po yung fines naman, it's naging effective lang siya this September, no? September lang po. So, we're slowly, kumbaga, since effective na siya, we can enforce na other yung corporations without DPO and government agencies po. Kasi before, prior to the administrative fines, wala pong may power si NPC but hindi takot because wala pong fine.
Walang takot sa NTC.
Yun.
Lalong-lalo na yung mga LGU. Alam niyo
Yes,
naman, yung mga LGU, kanya-kanyang republic yan. But siguro, tingin niyo ba, doable yan na kaya niyong i-enforce na talagang each LGU may ganyang officer?
Actually, what we do before po is nakipag-partner po kami sa DILG. So, there's a joint MOU with DILG para po for the enforcement po ng data protection officers ng bawat LGU.
Hindi nga, kasi baka hindi rin naman kaya ng LGU. Kunyari, for example, sa liblib na LGU, baka walang gustong mag-apply for that position.
Pag wala po kasing DPO, automatic po the head of the agency po yung magiging liable in case of, yes po.
Meron kayong protocols. Okay. Yung kung may utang ang Senate na 5 million, bawasan na lang natin yung budget. So 5 million. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, again, I want to talk to DICT David Almirol, USEC. Kasi may mga feedback dito na dahil sa Stay Safe app, doon nag-leak yung data na binenta sa mga casinos. Yung mga pag-register natin sa Stay Safe. So have you looked into this?
Ang nangyari po, Madam Chair, naibigay na ho namin po yung full access sa DILG. So basically po, hindi na po kami yung nag-handle doon. Pero in terms of managing that po, in fact, ang request ko nga po sana, Madam Chair, baka po makatulong po ang DICT ulit po doon. Kasi po, in terms of control at ownership po ng data po at system ay wala na po sa private, nasa DILG na po.
So, pag
maganda po
nag-register kami doon, yung information namin napupunta na sa DILG ang may access, hindi kayo. Hindi, I mean, hindi stay safe.
may access pa rin ho kami kasi po kami po yung tinutulungan namin sila minsan na pag may mga upgrade po sila. Pero ang nagmamanage na po ngayon na fully po ay DILG na po, Madam Chair.
Pero why would they say na nag-leak galing sa inyo? Did you find anything that points to that?
I don't think so, Madam Chair. Kasi sa amin po talagang in terms of like data talaga, yan po yung number one po na priority namin. Kaya po, there's no way po na magkaroon ng leakage po sa side ho namin.
Apparently, it was, I'm not saying it's you, but whoever are your technicians, supposedly may have sold our information to casinos. Yun yung ano So maybe we can have that as part of our executive session. We can discuss it. I'm not saying it's you. I mean, I'm glad there's an app that you developed and gave to the government. But then, of course, we have to clear the air when it comes to these issues. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing our job in the DICTs. The NTCs under our committee. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
One more thing, and dito na tayo sa NTC. There's a sheer drop in your 2023 NEP mainly due to the lack of capital outlay. Bakit wala kayong capital outlay sa budget nyo? Isn't infrastructure essential in developing telco systems in the country?
Actually, ma'am, we have a request po sa DBM but it was not included po.
Magkano? Bakit? Ano yung request ninyo for what particular infrastructure?
Meron po kaming list, ma'am. It's around total of 179 million.
Ano yan? Just give me a big ticket item.
For example po, for Region NCR, Central Office, Regional Office NCR 1 and 4A, procurement of ICT equipment and upgrading of structural cabling system within the office po.
So parang administrative na naman to.
Automation po.
Automation. Bakit para i-register yung
for ano po yan, ma'am? For processing and
mga permits.
Yes. Opo.
Okay. The net mesh project of the NTC and DOST was made to measure the internet quality of service providers in regions 1, 4A, and 12 with an allocation of 39 million in 2018. Remember, Justin, Nancy, magte-test lang sila ng magte-test sila ng quality, internet quality, 39 million. Tapos, under your COA review, the platform in Region 12 has been unused as of December 2021, while the other two have had inconsistent results. Malaki ang nakalaang budget para lang matest ang internet speed, pero hindi pa rin maayos ang resulta. Ano ba nangyari dito?
Actually, umandar na po, ma'am. We can submit the results to you po.
Umaandar na.
Yes, ma'am.
O sige, salamat naman kasi ilang taon na rin yan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, under your COA review, a total of 8 million worth of disaster response tools was unused by NTC in 2021. The Commission procured 4.8 million for the multi-bank network scanning receiver and 3.2 million for the rapidly deployable communications equipment for regions 1 and 4A. These were equipment that were supposed to provide critical communications, connections, internet, radio, etc. in case of disasters. Ayon sa report, hindi raw nagamit dahil walang guidelines mula sa central office.
Ginagamit na po, ma'am. Meron na pong guidelines, kompleto na po siya. It's being used already.
Okay. Noong nakalipas na lindol sa Abra, maraming mga telcos ang nag-offer ng mga estasyon para sa libreng tawag at Wi-Fi. And these are valuable projects because we all know that in times of calamity, communication, posible ba na magkaroon ng partnership o agreement ang NTC sa mga telcos na magpadala ng mga ganitong klaseng tulong tuwing sakuna?
Your Honors, we already have a memorandum order for that, and every time po that there's a calamity or kahit po pending pa lang, like for example, there's a typhoon, we already issue memorandum orders para po maghanda po ang mga telcos para sa parating na sakuna, for example, storms or typhoons. And then, nandun na rin po lahat ng requirements sa kailangan lang gawin. Spares, diesel for the generators, mga people po, pinapatanggal namin ng leave, para po ready po sila, and then yung pong mga deployable cell sites pagka po kailangan. So, we learned from Yolanda, ma'am.
Okay, in the recent study made by the cybersecurity firms Surfshark, the Philippines ranked 55th in the world in terms of digital quality of life, dropping 7 places from last year's rank. While mobile speed and broadband speed improved, our biggest weakness is internet affordability, wherein Filipinos are paying expensive rates for mediocre quality of internet connectivity. So what is the NTC's response to this? And do you think more competition? Well, never mind that. What is your response to this?
Actually, Your Honors, we would like to update you po on the latest UCLA. So far po, our kakalabas lang po nito yesterday. This is by crowdsourcing po. Ito ang ginagamit po ng lahat ng bansa. It's for fixed, we are at 78.33 mean speed po, 78.33 Mbps, that's for fixed. At sa mobile naman po ay 22.35. So there's improvement, ma'am, because of the competition. Naglabas po ng capital expenditure for the past 5 years sa mga telcos because of the pagpasok po ng dito. But actually, ma'am, in terms of affordability, ang isa nga pong nabanggit ko kanina, in other countries, we will submit a list po. The government really puts up the hard infra, which is the broadband. So, ang nangyayari po, kunwari, you talk about Singapore, you talk about China, you talk about other countries, I can get it. They are really putting in expenditure because what will happen po would be the telcos would just be leasing from the government. Kaya po OPEX lang po sila. And sa atin po kasi, it's purely private sector driven as of this time. For example po, ma'am, for Taiwan, for this year, they earmarked 3.8 billion para sa infrastructure development in 2022. Sa USA po, 100 billion over 8 years.
And that's government initiative.
Yes, ma'am.
And sinasabi natin sa atin ang kailangan natin 100 billion.
Hindi po, meron pong computation po sila.
100 billion, di ba? For the entire project. So, that's about $2 billion, right?
Yeah.
Well, more or less.
Ito po sa US is 100 billion US dollars po, ma'am.
For over 8 years.
Over 8 years.
And then yung sinasabi mo, Singapore is how much?
Taiwan po is 3.8 billion for its forward-looking infrastructure development program in 2022. UK po, $6.9 billion. Thailand is 143 million US dollars.
Bigyan mo ako niyan
Yes, ma'am.
na ng kopya para we can reference to that. That's exactly it. So kung
yan po ang
when you think about it, 100 billion sounds staggering, but compared to other countries' expenditure, it's really not much considering
yes, ma'am.
Tayo nga archipelago pa, no? So medyo mahirap.
May I add po. Yun po kasing binanggit ko kanina, speed ay I think more of sa mga centers po yun. So because of the entry po of Starlink, actually Starlink applied with us. After they got their certification from the ICT, we gave them their license in 30 minutes. So they are very happy.
Oh,
we
good.
need po tayo
that's my next question, yes, Commissioner.
Opo.
Since the passing of the Public Service Act, have there been an increased interest in applications for
Actually, ma'am, the first one po na lumabas is yun pong Starlink.
Wala pa after that.
Meron pong iba from Europe but hindi pa po nagfo-formalize. Nagtatanong pa lang po. I think there was a request for us from the I think French embassy for a group to go here.
You know, you should have a road show actually. You should invite these companies to come in. Coordinate to their office if there's anybody who expresses interest but are still unsure about it. I mean, we can help. Imagine, we have more than 100 million people with cell phones, right? So the potential to expand subscribers dito. Kung tao lang, ang daming tao dito, di ba?
Actually, ma'am, ang marami po would be homes. Because of the cell phones po naman, ano siya prevalent. But yung pong homes, during the pandemic, it was discovered by the industry, that's why Converge did well, was yung pong sa houses po.
Ano yung fixed?
Fixed,
What do you mean houses?
fixed, fiber to the home po.
Alam
Fiber
mo
to
ba
the
na yung Converge nga, gusto ko pumunta sa bahay ko, hindi naman pala pwede. So there are some areas na hindi. I don't know why there are restrictions.
I think, ma'am, some of the villages ay may ganun pong like for example in Forbes, they are not allowed inside. So actually they filed a case before us dati po sa malls, so they won already, but they were brought to the Supreme Court. So pending pa po sa Supreme Court yun. But ang aming pong position, everyone should be able to provide anywhere para po there is competition.
Okay. For now, we will set 1 minute suspension.
May I just make my closing statement?
Meron, mahaba ba?
No, Your Honor. Actually, I have not reached my portfolio yet. Because all our discussion was focused on infrastructure and connectivity and not on digital innovation. So I just would like to put on record that 99% of the budget of the ICT is on infrastructure and connectivity. And all the digital innovation sectors such as upskilling, countryside development, job generation, policy development only share 1% of the total budget, and that is my portfolio. Those four areas, admittedly, I am not equipped with connectivity and infrastructure knowledge. My lens is as a countryside advocate. I founded and chaired the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, composed of 80 provinces and cities around the country in 2008. And we were just dreaming and wishing for a DICT so that we will have digital jobs in the countryside. And our main goal is really digital skilling. And when the DICT was passed, we felt that God has answered our prayers, because now we will have a competitive edge in the countryside for purposes of bringing the digital jobs to outside of Metro Manila. And so with the help of the Senate, by passing the DICT and even the CICT time, we were able to move at least 40% of the jobs that were all found in Metro Manila as far as Mindanao, Luzon, and Visayas. And so part of our HIRIT, Your Honor, earlier I was listening to you, and you asked the other agency about their wish list. And we also have a wish list because previously our budget was slashed into half. We asked for 70 billion, but we were only given around 40. And our approved budget is now 8.8. So our wish list, Your Honor, is an additional 8.8. And if I may appeal for my portfolio, this additional 8.8 will go really into digital
Wait a
literacy.
minute. The total budget of the DICT is how much? 8 billion?
Currently,
No, how much?
currently is only 9 billion.
Okay,
Your
9
Honor.
billion. Okay, now, what's this 80 billion I'm hearing about? Ano yung sinasabi mo na you need?
Sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. The original budget was 40 billion and we were slashed by 31 billion. So what we have is 9 billion.
Okay, so what's this wish list? Connected to your advocacy or the agency in general?
The agency in general, Your Honor, but we have submitted a letter to the Department of Budget for an additional, not necessarily, Your Honor, the one that was taken from us, but just an additional 8.4. And for this 8.4, this will really go to earlier you're concerned about cybersecurity experts, software developers that will help us.
Just submit that to me.
Yes, Your
Because
Honor.
even if you tell me that, that will just go over my head. I wouldn't
Yes,
be
Your Honor.
able to study that right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
So submit. But before we end, let's talk about your advocacy. How were you able to move those people outside of Metro Manila? Exactly what role did you play? What role did the DICT play?
Your Honor, so one small bureau in the DICT is called the ICT Industry Development Bureau. And for the last 6 years, the ICT Industry Development Bureau has actually harnessed together with the IT Business Process Association of the Philippines a scorecard ranking cities according to 4 metrics, which is talent, infrastructure, cost of doing business, and government support. So based on this scorecard, Your Honor, we were able to identify 6 centers of excellence, including my city, Bacolod. You have Davao, Cebu, Iloilo, Clark, and Manila, of course. And then we were able to identify 10 next wave cities. You have the likes of Cagayan de Oro, Dumaguete, and now we are actually in the middle of what we call the Digital Cities Program 2025, where we assist 31 cities to create their digital roadmaps. So these digital roadmaps, Your Honor, are actually used to pitch for these different cities and provinces, Your Honor, because in the past, prior to the creation of the DICT, the local government units, especially in the provinces, really do not have any form of support as to how to clinch a foreign market. But today, the DICT is hand-holding these 31 cities, and we will be adding more cities in our list to be able to link them with foreign markets so that jobs are, dispersed in the countryside.
So, okay, digital roadmaps. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what you're saying is, for your city to be viable or attractive to potential locators and investors, you need the following. Give me an example. What do
Okay,
you
so
tell them to have?
another bureau, Your Honor, aside from the ICT Industry Development Bureau, another very important bureau, which has a very small budget, is the ICT Literacy and Competency Bureau. And we are actually excited because during the last Congress, the Senate has passed the RA 11927, or the Digital Competitiveness Workforce Law, which declares to the world that digital skills should no longer be just the ICT.
Question: what do you do? Do you send people to train? What exactly do you tell these LGUs?
Okay, so it's a holistic approach, Your Honor. First is we try to inspect and ascertain their talent supply, such that we have the ICT Literacy and Competency Bureau. So the DICT is in charge of designing and deploying different forms of digital skilling programs, from certifications to short-term courses to online courses to face-to-face, and even through formal courses in partnership with the likes of UP and DAP. So what we do is we have a digital skills survey that's also tied up with our policy
Okay, now,
bureau.
infrastructure. Let's say, ma'am, ang daming talent dito pero mahina ang signal. Sino na ngayon kausap nyo sa DICT? NTC ba?
In terms of infrastructure, in the local level, Your Honor, we directly engage with the telcos.
Good.
Yes.
Kayo na, hindi NTC.
The ICT councils that are created by the DICT in every province engage with the local private stakeholder. So in the local level, Your Honor, we have what we call as magic. making academe, government, and industry collaborate. So DICT supports the local ecosystem to create this environment where the academe, government, and industry collaborate. And part of industry are the PEZA zone and the IT park developers as well as the telco players.
Okay. Well, on that note, at least that's a positive note. I'm
Yes.
glad to hear that you only have 1% of the budget, but that's something that we can be proud of, especially you mentioned those provinces. You're from Bacolod. My mom's from Bacolod.
Yes.
I'm from Iloilo, and they're both in that top
Yes, Your Honor.
cities.
And may I just mention, Your Honor, finally, that as of today, we have 1.3 million IT BPM jobs, and we are closing 2022 at 1.4 million, and we hope to end the next 6 years by 3 million. And at this point, Your Honor, with your kind indulgence, our secretary would like to also give his closing remarks. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You know, Secretary, you don't have to because we're almost having our session, but if you would like to say a few words, go ahead. It's already,
Yes, Madam Chair.
yes, sir. It's
Yes,
2:43 in the
only very
morning
short.
there. Yes.
Yes, Madam. It's 2:43 in the early morning po here. To realize these agendas, we need a substantial amount of resources. We stand so much to gain from these programs and their benefits, and we earnestly hope that our proposed budget will merit the approval of this committee. Now is not the time to sit back. The government should take the lead in pushing for digital transformation as we pursue equitable access to connectivity for the Filipino people. As ever, we commit to work towards a connected nation, and we hope to work hand in hand with the legislative branch to pursue this very grand objective. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the committee.
Thank you, Secretary. Actually, as I've said, it's quite refreshing to have somebody knowledgeable whose expertise is actually his background in leading this organization. So, well, good luck. We will make a more exhaustive review of your budgets and come up with a subcommittee report. So right now, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you very much.